How's it going? Welcome! Welcome. Who's here? How dirty is my beard? Why is one of these lights off? Oy, how's everybody doing tonight? Oh, that's better. Hello, hello, hello. Derek, what's up? Cage, how's it going? But Poncho. Oh my goodness. Look at all of you. Look at all of you glorious people. All right. You guys know the deal. You know what's up. Say hello. How are you today? Is everybody good? Does anyone know what we're going to do tonight? Anyone have any ideas? Does anyone have anything they want to do tonight? Before we get into anything too serious, of course, you know we got to start the night strong by saying, who is new? Marcos, what's up? Gene, what's up? Karthik, what's up? Lumi. How's it going, buddy? Brandon, how are you? Andrew. Brandon, welcome. Andrew and Brandon, two new. You guys got to go make friends after this. You better make friends. You better learn to make friends. Oh, you're gonna learn to make friends. How's it going? You're new here, too. Welcome, Fizzy Heart. Oh, holy moly, got a pretty cool. This is the Revolt. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Amber, how's it going? You don't need to be new. You can still say hi. What's up, Rubber Duck? What's up, Brother Duck? We have Rubber Duck Daily, and we have Brothers and Ducklings. Are you guys friends? Could you become friends? Should you become friends? Would you become friends? What's up, James? How's it going? James and Gene. Dice Admiral, how's it going, buddy? Scarlet / Amber Scarlet. Inferno. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh my goodness. Who's excited for a little show? Squid gifting 5 to start us off like a madman. Thank you very much. That is super appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're growing the crew. And I appreciate the crew growing, Squid. Because this is not the right music. But we'll talk about why that's important after this song ends. Where's Moose? Well, Moose will be around. Kunshu, what's up? Totally Cis Cat Girl, what's up? Prince Quincy, you might have accidentally convinced a friend of yours to make a D&D equivalent of Saul Goodman. You are not grounded. You are risen. You will touch the sky. Behold me. Behold me. And know deep within your heart of hearts that you shall find truth in my eyes and kindness in my soul. But you shall find no comfort here, friends, because we are in a place of growth, a place of change. No, you'll find a little comfort here, but I don't know why you wouldn't find comfort here. You'd want to find a little comfort. Find no comfort, no comfort, that wouldn't be very comfortable. You know? My lighting's fucked up. Give me one sec. A little behind the scenes for you guys. I think that will fix it. That's a little better. Oh, man. How's everybody's D&D games lately? Did somebody... Oh, my God. People are gifting all sorts of stuff. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everybody hold your horses. Andrew Prozenzano. Wait, let's say that name right. Andrew Prozenzano. I did say it right. I'm a champion. First donation. What's the pink creature in all my shorts? Oh. Oh, dear sir. I shall tell you what that creature is. That creature, I'm trying to see if I can pick up a picture of it. There's probably one on the internet at this point. There we go. This guy. This thing. This thing? What's this? Is that what you were asking? I think that's what you were asking. The easiest way to explain what this picture is, I feel like chat, some people in chat will know what this is. If you know what this is in chat, you are more than welcome to say. But I will explain it for people that are new. Because to be fair, this is not the right way. We have to make more intense music. Let's find more intense. Let's different. Let me rephrase that. Differently intense music. All right. So this picture is me. This is the closest approximation of a picture of me that I could make so that I could share some element of myself with you without it being bothersome. So this part here, this part, this stuff here, this thing that I wear, this is my vessel. And I take it over when I need to do things like talk to you guys. It's my flesh suit. Yeah, exactly. It's like a best way to think about it's like a space suit. But this is more close to what I am. But it's not really accurate because it's a two-dimensional picture. But it's about as close as we can get. I hope that answers your question. Did it? Did I answer your question? I hope so. Anyway, thank you for the 5. Squid! Amazing gifting subs. You're a champion. You look like the demented rose quartz from Steven Universe. I don't know what that is. I've met Steven Universe a couple times, though. He seems like a pretty nice guy. Unrelated to this, but while we're talking about characters we want to build, I want to make a meme. I want to meme a stage magician bard who is overly critical of actual magic. Can I be honest with you? I have seen a couple different people make stage magicians before, like in terms of homebrew. And I think if you want to do a stage magician, you don't make them a magic user. I think you make them a rogue. And you give them some special powers that are like their magic tricks. And then you could lean into like them having like thieves do weird stuff. We could do like extra stuff with thieves tools or things like that. That's what I would do. Yeah, high sleight of hand, exactly. Because if you're a bard, you just do magic. You know? That's what bards do. Don't bards mostly do magic? Modern bards do be magic. This is true. Multi-class artificers for crafting stage props. It's not a trick or it's blah blah. It's not a trick or clever if it's real. Good point, Ross Gosling. All right. Should we talk about what we're doing tonight? How's everybody doing? How's it going, guys? Did everybody have a good week? I mean, I guess I saw a bunch of yesterday. We have a fun stream planned ahead tonight. I'm excited for tonight. I think tonight's going to be really exciting. I got 49 submissions for what the most intense, scariest, most dangerous I haven't even introduced what we're doing tonight. I haven't even introduced the idea. What am I doing with my life? What are any of us doing with our lives anymore? You know? Oy. What is this gonna sound like? I don't like it. No, I want something a little bit more intense than this. Maybe this? No? This will be a lot more intense. What about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? The most exciting part of the show, when Cinder realizes he forgot to pick music for stream. All right, so here's what we're doing tonight, friends. Tonight, we are going to find the scariest, most dangerous CR1 monster in all of Dungeons and Dragons. I reached out to you, my audience, and I said, send me those things that are low CR, but probably will still really mess with your party. And I got 49 submissions, which is pretty good. Now, a lot of them were duplicates, so I think we ended up with around 37 options. And tonight, we are going to go through each and every one of those monsters. And together, you and I, chat, are going to find which one is the scariest, the most dangerous, which one sits atop the tower. And if it's just Shadow, because if it's the Shadow, it might be the Shadow. About 8 of you posted Shadow as the answer. If it was a voting thing, and I was just voting, and it was just going off the votes of the stream, or the votes of the form, it'd have been Shadow. But we're going to do it together. You and I, us and we. Together! As a team. We need some spooky music, though, I think. Right? Yes, we do. We definitely do. This music's more intense. Excuse me. Shadow is not the scariest. Well, I'll tell you what, P and Q Cowboy channel. I don't disagree with you, and it's why that is the main reason. It's one of the main reasons why I think Shadow might not end up being on top here by the end. Because you guys sent me some gnarly stuff. I will also say, I think some of you completely missed the plot. I had to collect all of them to set up the little tier list, and I gotta be honest, some of the things you sent me are not scary and are not dangerous. I think some of you interpreted scary and dangerous as powerful, which I disagree with. And I don't mean powerful like dangerous powerful either. You'll see. The other thing that some of you did is you sent me things that were clearly a little bit too big. I got at least one CR5 monster, which is about 4 CR too many. And I may have put it on the list because I forgot as I was making the list to check to make sure that they were all the right CR first. And then I didn't want to have to figure out how to re-edit it. So there might be a spawn of whatever there. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. Do you guys want to see the You guys want to see the list? All right, let's get it up. Boom. All right. We have a bunch of monsters that we're going to go through today. You might recognize some, you might not recognize some. And we're going to put them all in this lovely little tier list. And we're going to go through, and some of the things might change as we go. And this is going to be participatory, chat. I'm going to be asking for your vote a lot of the time. It's so good to see yours up there. I don't remember which one you submitted. More than one person put Sturges. Sturges was one we got from a couple of people. So let's start with the Sturge. So let's see. I think we got. This was the comment we got about Sturges. I had a party of 5 level 12 adventurers TPK to a swarm of these troublemakers. I think that's the only. Was that the only Sturge? I thought there was maybe more than one. Yeah, there were a couple. Let's see. This person says, the Sturge's blood drain effect is incredibly potent and bypasses resistances. A swarm can easily overwhelm a party. With that 16 dex and dark vision, they are decent at being hidden as well. Entering a Sturge den by mistake is terrifying. They're also just straight up scary. So I'm going to say Sturges definitely get extra points for creepy. Look at these guys. This is like the size of a cat, which is like pretty intense, I think. Now, what I want to say, at the end of the day, they have 2 hit points. They do have a +5 to hit, which is pretty good for a CR1 8th creature. And I think, though, the main thing that they have going is the fact that this bypasses resistances, which I didn't even think about, but that's very interesting. That their blood drain bypasses resistances. But that being said, I'm going to be honest. I'm thinking D tier or C tier. This is utter failure. E is failure, so we're not going to... You're not an utter failure. I'm thinking C or D. I'm going to put it in C. I'm going to put it in C for now because I think that they are gross looking, but I don't necessarily think that they are that powerful at all. They're beasts? I don't think they're beasts. No, they are beasts. Oh my god, they are beasts. I did not realize they were beasts. Yeah, I guess you could transform into one as a whatchamacallit, as a druid. But it does have a fly speed, so you're not going to be able to transform into it until level 8. So by that point, it's not that good, you know? There's probably better things to turn into that fly by level 8. But it is still kind of fun, because this definitely does not seem that beastly. It seems more monstrous. Alright, yeah, though. This music, I feel like we need something more different. Where was that? What's this? We're gonna find it. We're gonna find it. How's it going, chat? Can you guys tell when I'm doing that thing where I'm trying to find something and I just say, how's it going, chat? Because I'm trying to look for something, but also engage at the same time. Oh, it's the best when I do that. This is what I want. Okay. There we go. Okay. Y'all yelling about dumb spells? Conjure animals? Conjure animals is a dumb spell. Whoever said that is correct. Next up, we have the Intellect Devourer. Now, this monster, there's a couple monsters on this list that sort of do the same thing, where whether or not they're gross looking, they basically have one thing they do that's really intense, and that's Intellect Devourers. Intellect Devourers have this thing where if you fail a DC 12 intelligence saving throw against them, you have to you roll 3d6, and if it's higher than the target's intelligence score, their score drops to 0. And they're stunned until they can regain intelligence, which is like, that's hard to do. Holy shit, it's CR2! Oh my god! And E tier. This is the failed. This is failure tier. No. Actually, we're going to add a new tier for failure tier. Failure. Disqualified. Whoever put that, shame. Boo. Boo. No, I'm just kidding. That's mean. Don't boo that person. All right, next is the gas spore. Are you guys familiar with the gas spore? Disqualification. I do appreciate you, chat, for calling that out, because I don't know why I missed that. This is the gas spore. You guys know what this thing does? Have you heard of this thing before? The gas spore is a CR 1/2 monster. It has 1 hit point and 5 AC. So it's pretty slow going. But it has a couple interesting features that make it a potential qualifier for something hectic. It has this feature called Death Burst, where when it explodes, everyone within 20 feet of it has to make a con save or takes some poison damage. And they get poisoned. But let's read this next part here. Spores invade an infected creature's system, killing the creature in a number of hours equal to 1d12 plus the creature's con score, unless the disease is removed. In half the time, if the creature becomes poisoned for the rest of the duration. After the creature dies, it sprouts 2d4 tiny versions of these. So that's one thing. The other thing that they have going for them is eerie resemblance. They look like a beholder. So if you see one of these things, you have to make a DC 15 intelligence check, or it looks like it's a beholder. Which is pretty cool, if you ask me. So what do we think, chat? The gas spore that can... I'm going to make a poll. Do we think it's... I don't think it's S tier. Do we think it's A, B, C, or D? I don't think it's E either. Keep in mind, it has 1 hit point and 5 AC. So that is what is balancing against the... If you are poisoned by this thing, you will die, no matter anything else. So go vote in chat. Let me know what you think. I'm curious. I put a little vote up. What are we thinking? We're thinking B so far? Oh, B's coming out strong. People are saying A tier? You think this is an A tier lower than CR1 monster? You think this is that dangerous and scary? Okay. You're crazy, but I'm listening. Even if my party thought it was a beholder, someone would just throw a knife at it and kill it. It's not that intense. All right, we're going solid B. Everybody agrees, solid B. All right, we got a B. Okay, now this next monster. Oh, that's not for now, it's for later. The Tri-Flower Frond. I had not heard of this monster before, and I'm being honest, I didn't really look it up. I just saw that it existed. I'm not familiar with this monster, though. Are you familiar with this monster? Have a paladin cure disease? It's meant to be killed, and that's what's scary about it. You know what? Yeah, this might end up going here. We'll see. I'll leave it here for now, but I could very easily see this switch happening. But what do you guys think of this thing? It's a flower. Not that scary looking. Medium. Low armor, low hit points, really slow. It has a multi-attack where it uses... Does it use all 3? It uses all 3 of its attacks. You can hear the corn song. I wrote that song, you know. Looks like something in Monolith's garden. I don't know who Monolith is, but... they probably have a dangerous garden. Let's read it. Orange Blossom. The orange frond chooses one creature it can see within 5 feet of it. The target must make a DC 11 con save or be poisoned for an hour. While poisoned this way, they're unconscious. That's pretty intense. At the end of each minute, they can repeat the saving throw, ending the success, okay? Yellow Blossom. The Tri-Flower Frond chooses one creature it can see within 5 feet of it. The target must make a DC 11 dex save. Or it's covered in corrosive sap. It takes 5 acid damage at the start of each of its turns. Dousing the target reduces the acid by 1 point per flask of water used. Oh, that's... What a weird mechanic. I've never seen something like that before. That's cool. And then last, it has an attack that kind of just looks like it grapples and does some poison damage. So what do we think, guys? I don't think this one's that intense. I think this is... I feel like this is not that intense. You can't end unconscious. E rank, it can't move further away than 5 feet. Here's what I'm going to say. DE. All right, I'll let you guys vote. But I'm going to tell you, I'm pretty confident in it being somewhere in here. I actually think I maybe want to do this. Maybe. I think that might... I think I'm moving everybody down a peg. All right, let's see. We're going to say B... Flower. What is this called? This flower. Are we giving it... no one's giving it... Somebody's saying A? You're crazy. I'm going to say... I'm not even putting A on the list. We're going to say B, C, D, E. You can poll vote. But look, here's my argument for it being potentially in this area. It is, whether or not it's stronger than the gas spore, it's not scary looking. It's just a flower. It's kind of pretty. You know? Five-foot range and 5-foot movement. You can encumber a dwarf. An encumbered dwarf can outrun it. Oh yeah, D is coming out strong. It's not even close. All right, we're ending the poll. Yeah, do you guys think it's in front of her? I'm gonna say behind Sturges, just because of the lack of mobility and the lack of fear. Okay, guys. Next we have the big boy. The one you've all been waiting for. This got the most votes by far. It's the Shadow. Now, the Shadow has a couple very powerful things going on. It's definitely S tier. We don't even really need to talk about it. But we're going to say why. You think Shadow is A tier? Make your argument. Its AC and hit points are fine. Its speed is pretty fast. It is resistant to almost every damage type. And it is immune to almost every condition type. So that alone is pretty big for low level. With its 40-foot movement, it can squeeze between spaces as narrow as 1 inch. So it's quite mobile. And it has strength drain, which is the big one. Because basically, if this attack hits, there's no saving throw or anything. Your strength is just reduced by 1d4. And if your strength drops to 0, you die. So, if you have a strength of 8 and it rolls a 4 twice, 2 hits and you're done. Now, I see a lot of people in the chat mentioning radiant damage and mentioning moonbeam, which is a great point. This thing is vulnerable to radiant damage. And I'm actually going to say that I sort of see the vulnerability to radiant damage as the main reason to pull it out of S tier. But I think it still could potentially be there. I think it's one of these two. And I'm not sure. I see people are going real back and forth in the chat. So I'm going to leave it up to you guys to vote. I'm really throwing... But this is A or S. It's nothing else. Is it A tier? Or is it S tier? Who said E? It's definitely not E tier, you silly. You silly goose. Against 4th level or higher, it's a joke, but lower levels, it's scary. The first time I encountered them, they were not hard, because the cleric cast Moonbeam and killed all of them in like 1 hit. There were 7, and then there were like 3, and then those 3 barely did anything, and then they got smushed. So I could see them not being scary if you have a lot of... Actually, that sort of... Oh, you guys really say S tier, huh? Okay. I don't know if I agree with you, chat. Periwinkle, thank you for the 5. Do they not have dark vision? They have dark vision. Not all parties have radiant damage. All right, listen. I'm respecting you, chat. We're gonna leave it in S tier for now. I might change it later if I disagree with you. Always misread. Did I call you Persuasive Winkle? Persuasive Winkle. I'm sorry I get your name wrong. It looks like Periwinkle to me. But every time I say your name wrong, I give you a little extra attention. It's not Winkle? Oh, it's Wink. Oh my god, I say your whole name wrong. Wow, I really say your name wrong. Can we just say it's a nickname that I give you? Can it just be my nickname for you so I'm not saying it wrong? Could we do that? Persuasive Wink? I said it right that time. All right, I'll try to say it right now. I'm sorry. It is every single stream. I call you Periwinkle. But it's not your name. Who put a noble on the list? Guys, there's a bunch of stuff on the list that I don't think should be on the list, but it's fine. They make an argument for it in the thing. Okay, the next one is going to be Burning Hands. Now, let's see if this person left an argument for why Burning Hands. Let's see. Because I think that at this, when people put ones that you wouldn't expect, I want to hear what their logic is. Imagine living in a fantasy world where magic is commonplace. Every day people are using spells to light their stoves, clean their laundry, or do any day-to-day activity. Then the very magic that you have grown to rely on comes to life and attacks. It's a classic horror trope of turning something normal into something twisted and vicious, just with magic. So this is Living Burning Hands. It's a living burning hand. Fire bad. It's going good, Brad Morse. How are you? Okay, so let's take a look. CR1, 15 armor, 15 hit points. It can fly. It's resistant to physical damage. It's immune to a bunch of conditions. Its melee attack is kind of meh, and it has a little fire breath. Yeah, I'm thinking B. Do we even need to vote? We can vote. We'll vote. But it's gonna be B or C. Everybody in chat's just saying B. I think we just say B. No, some people are saying C. Fine, we'll vote. But it's going to be a quick one. Let's see. I would say B. My opinion is B. If I could peer pressure you, that's me peer pressuring you. Although there were other things. Well, we'll see. Some of these things are going to be a little silly. Some of these things definitely are not scary. I think the story that the creator told is also a good way to think about it. Like, in that light, it does create more of a horror element that I think you could take advantage of, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, okay, we're leaving it in B. We're leaving it in B. Silly is going to be the failure tier, I think. Oh, no, E is the failure. I think E is that one. Silly tier. You're silly. Okay, what's this next monster? This next monster is the fire snake. They say got locked into a tight space with them as a level 2 party. Most of us melee and martials could not deal much damage, and even attacking them was deadly. Was one of the closest TPKs ever. The fire snake. What do you guys feel about the fire snake? Somebody said S? Really? I'm not super familiar. There's the fire snake. Pretty cool looking monster if you ask me. Let's see. 22 hit points, 14 armor. They're vulnerable to cold. Anytime a monster has a vulnerability, that's like a big weakness. Like, the vulnerability to radiant is kind of why I felt like the shadow could be A over S, maybe. But what does it do that's so scary? this is the scary thing. Whenever a creature hits it with a melee attack, they take damage, which is a lot at lower levels, for sure. And it has multi-attack. Its damage output is fine. It's really the heated body is the only thing that is going for it, and the resistances. I don't know if I would put it over. Would you put it before or after Burning Hands? You think this is less intense than Burning Hands? I feel like it's more intense than Burning Hands. Burning Hands gets one attack around. Sure, it has a lot more immunities and resistances, but I feel like, to speak to what the submitter said, there's a lot going on here. If it could fly, you'd put it above. What's its movement speed? 30? I feel like it's just B. I feel like it's B tier. You think the gas spore should be higher? Disembodied Hand is scarier than a snake? That's a good question. Okay, here, guys. I think we're gonna leave it in B for now. But what's scarier, a snake or a hand? It's fire snake or fire hand? I don't know. Fire snake or fire hand? Who's to say? Living fire is scarier than hot snake. Snake's already scary. Hand. You want a pet fire snake? You don't want your burning hands gaining sentience? That's a good point. I don't find the hand that scary. Yeah, we can do a vote. Fine, we'll do a vote. Fine. What's scarier? This is the kind of hard-hitting investigation we do. Hand or snake? Ready, go. I like letting you vote, so I don't have to figure it out every time. You think a pet fire snake hand would be cool? Hand is... Oh, it's really close. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna actually have to let you guys take a minute and let you guys vote. It's close. Oh, it's so close. Hand is winning. Hand, so far, hand is beating snake. The classic time-old tale. What wins, hand or snake? Right now? It's hand. All right, I think we give it to the hands. Hand beats snake. Now, the next one I'm super excited for. The next one is one of my favorite monsters in D&D. It is the Quickling. And I'm sure the person left a comment as to why they left a Quickling. Let's see if they covered everything. It has an AC of 16. It forces disadvantage on attacks. It has evasion. It has 120-foot movement. It has 3 attacks. It has a +8 to hit with a pretty high average damage. They're tiny. That's most of it. Okay, so here's a Quickling. One of the coolest monsters in D&D. Look at this cutie. Look at this little cutie. Look at this little guy. This little impish monster. Now, I just want to point out a couple things here that I think we need to pay attention to. Blurred movement and evasion, super powerful, sure. 3 attacks with a +8 to hit at CR1 is insane. But I want to point out a couple things a combination here that I think is really important. They have a speed of 120 feet, and they have a stealth of +8. So, the way this monster works, depending on the size of your battle map, it could run into the battle map, attack you 3 times, and then run out of the battle map. Like, this monster can be 60 feet away, run up to you, attack you 3 times, and then run 60 feet back. And it can just do that forever. It has one downside. It has 2 downsides. It has 3 downsides. It has 2 downsides, really. Strength and charisma are its downsides, and it has 10 hit points. So if you hit it, you pretty much get it. Opportunity attacks exists, but it has blurred movement and an AC of 16. So all of these attacks are going to be made at disadvantage. So I feel like its opportunity attacks exist, but barely. I put this thing at S, personally. I think it's S tier. I think it's one of the strongest CR monsters, unquestionably. How do you grapple it with an auto success? How are you grappling it? Are you making an athletics check contended by its +8 acrobatics check? Just saying. You automatically succeed on grapples of creatures 2 sizes larger than you? Really? Is that true? I have not heard that before. If that's a rule, I accept that that's a rule, but I have not heard that before. I feel like that's just the thing that just got made up. I feel like there's auto failure. I don't feel like there's auto success on grapples. Tradosio, tell me where that rule is, or I don't believe you. I understand that it might be true, but I've never heard that before, which is why I'm not confident that it's a real rule. Do you auto succeed on grapples if you are 2 sizes larger? Just look up grapple. Okay. Okay, let's see. When you make a grapple attack, target grapple must be no more than 1 size larger than you, using at least 1 free hand to seize the creature. You succeed automatically if the target is incapacitated. Am I missing? Is there something about size here that I'm missing? I think you're just wrong, my guy. Yeah, I don't think that's a rule. Here's the page. Does anyone see it? You told me to look up grapple. I looked up grappling. Defending against grappling is explained here. It's okay. I think you're just wrong. It's okay. It happens. Happens to the best of us. Quickling is not immune to magic missile, but will one-shot a lower level spellcaster. That's true. What's the range on magic missile? I spelled magic missile wrong because I'm dumb. You're not dumb, Cinder. 120 feet. Oh, there you go. Magic missile. Perfect solution. Still, in the same way that a spell is a perfect solution against these guys, a whole category of damage is a perfect solution against these guys. So I feel like I still put it S tier. Just tuning in and no auto grapple via size. I'm a game master running a campaign for nearly a year now. Well, if Shane Chase says it's true, we got to believe him. You think A tier? I'm going to let you guys vote, but I'm going to be upset if this is an S tier. I'm going to be annoyed with you. I'm going to be emotionally distraught. Every wizard likes magic missile, though. Yeah, and every cleric likes radiant damage. And so does every paladin. Listen, Tradosio, it is, listen, I am wrong often as well. Don't even worry about it, my guy. I see the logic of it because you auto-fail on grapples against creatures that are 2 sizes larger than you. So I do see the logic of it. A single Quickling, A tier. No condition immunity. I do agree it's not visually scary. But I think that they can play really scary because you can barely see them. They're so fast, right? Like, imagine a thing that is so fast, it runs all the way through your house. It opens the front door of your house, runs all the way up to your room, stabs you 3 times, and then runs away. You don't even have time to really see what it is. Oh, it's no question. Thank you for the support, chat. S tier. Okay, the next one. Now, the next one. What? How do I pronounce your name? Today. You do this thing very regularly, which I accept. I understand that it's just a part of your nature. Where you give a very specific example of how you could stop a monster, as if that is a reason for the monster not being scary. But I don't think there being a spell that stops a monster makes that monster not scary. I think that just means that that monster is designed in a way that it's in a game where there's bonuses and negatives. I like saying his name like he's a Lord of the Rings character. I hate this. Why is this song on this playlist? Get it off of it. But in general, I feel like just because there is one thing that you have an idea of a thing that's... This is like... You know what it reminds me of? Do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when I make a video about how a monster is pretty cool. And then I get a million comments that's like, laughs in Paladin critting on a smite. It's like, okay, bro. Who cares? It's still a cool monster. I don't know. Anyway, this is a Scarecrow is the next one. I don't even really remember what Scarecrows do. Let's say, with the potential to paralyze characters with its terrifying glare, restricting character movement with frightening effects, and being resistant to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage, this creature is very formidable. On top of the previous reasons, it is also a Halloween staple. That's very true. I think this one gets bonus points for scary. It has a weakness to fire, though. That's also a good point to think. It's an iconic monster. Okay, let's take a look at it. Scarecrow. Boo! Hey guys, you want to see something scary? Boo! Ba 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 ba. Did I scare you? Okay. Let's see what this thing. So it's got a lot of hit points. 36 hit points is a little chonky. Low S, definitely not S tier. Let's see what it gets. Vulnerability to fire damage, resistances. Maybe it's S tier. I don't know. I don't remember what they do. It's immune to some stuff. False appearance is fun. Okay, but let's see. Let's get to the meat of it. It can frighten creatures with a hit. It gets 2 attacks. But the terrifying glare is, I think, the big one you're talking about here. Let's see. One creature within 30 feet of it makes a wisdom save, or they're frightened until the end of its next turn, and they're paralyzed. So they're paralyzed for a turn. So yeah, so it's got a couple... I mean, okay, so here's what I'll say. It literally does a lot of fear effects. So bonus points there. It is also a Scarecrow monster, so bonus points there. And it can paralyze. I feel like that puts it somewhere between... I feel like that puts it high B, low A. All right, chat. I'm saying high B, low A. I'm letting you vote. Scarecrow, is it A or B? I think vulnerabilities are good. Yeah, vulnerabilities on monsters is great. I think it's... I wish there were more... There's not a lot of monster vulnerabilities in D&D. There should be more. The +3 to hit makes it borderline useless. I mean, it depends on what level you're using it. You know, a +3 to hit is not that bad if the party's got an armor class of somewhere between, 10 and 15. And the paralyze makes it so the armor class becomes quite negligible. Let's see. I see... oh, it's... More people are saying A than I thought. I would have guessed B. I would have put it in B. But A is leading the charge, huh? Uh-oh, Tridosio's learning. Tridosio, is this one of those things where your players are going to be upset with you because they like playing it the way that you've been playing it, and now you just have to live with this ruling? Or are you going to change it in your game? Wow, it's so close. Guys, it's really, really close. It's 50-50. A is coming up, but barely. I think it's A. All right. I think we're gonna give it an A. It's A is risen above. All right, low A. All right, low A it is. Low A it is. Okay. What's next? Now, next is the Copper Dragon Wormling. I wasn't sure if any dragons were gonna make it on the list. This is not what the Copper Dragon Wormling looks like, by the way. This is what the Copper Dragon looks like. The Copper Dragon Wormling is a lot smaller. Nicholas Sabo says, not spooky, it's even metallic. I agree. I almost want to have it lose points for that. That being said, it has a 20-foot line of 4d8 acid damage, which is pretty strong for CR1, with a fly speed of 60 feet. This is a very fast-moving, heavy damage-dealing creature. It's just a baby. That's like putting a flump on here, even if it is strong. You know what? That's a good point, Derek. That's a good point. Should we have a category that just says not scary enough? If it wants to fight you, it's strong, just not very scary. That's E tier. Okay, I think we need to say this. I think we can go disqualified. Oh, shit. I think we go disqualified. And I think we add... Oops. We're moving some stuff around. Too cute. I think maybe it just goes in the too cute category. Flump? Should there be a flump tier? No, E is just like really bad. Like the Sturge and the flower still accomplish some element of the goal, you know? I think we call this one not scary. You gotta go. Get out of here. You guys calling it flump tier? All right, we'll call it flump tier. You spelled flump wrong, but that's fine. I'll spell it right. Flump. Flump is spelled with an F, believe it or not. All right, flump tier. Done. Okay, next is one of these guys. How do we pronounce this thing? What is this called? It's called like the Kuthric or something. The Kruthic. What did you say about it? It's got an AC of 16. It can tunnel. It has pack tactics. It's intense, spooky tunnel guy. So, here's what I'll say about these guys. Really scary looking. Really scary looking. Why are you saying Intellect Devourer is CR2? It's disqualified. It's not on the list anymore. So this thing definitely gets it in the looks. And then you have to keep in mind this is a tunneling monster. Oh, somebody asked why it was disqualified. Ah, yes. Yes, that is why. You know what? You were being helpful, and it was making me confused. Now let's get down to brass tacks. Are they scary in terms of what they do? Pack tactics is a little hectic. I would argue that while they have a burrow speed, it's only 10 feet, and it's actually not that scary of a burrow speed because of the fact that they have tunneler. Because of the fact that they have tunneler, it means that you can follow them when they burrow. So they can't, like, be that sneaky with how they're burrowing. Like, if they erupt out of the ground and attack you and go back down, you can just follow into the hole if you can squeeze in. And they only get 1 hit, and it does 1d4 damage. Tremor Sense is cool, but it's not anything on its own. The AC is 16. They don't fight alone. No, I know that. Scary until you fight it. Quicklings riding them. Quicklings are so much faster than them, they wouldn't want to ride them. They're anthills. Yeah, they're basically an anthill. They're an anthill monster for sure. They're really cool looking. I love the way they look. You'll love the way they look. Guaranteed. Diesel Hall, thank you for the 5. Hey, Cinder, love your stream. How would a humanoid survive being pinned to the ground with an immovable rod? Or would that be an insta-kill via starvation? I sort of feel like they could... depends on how they were pinned down, I guess. Right? Have you ever needed to squeeze through something? Have you ever been in a situation where you're, like, moving through, like, a really packed up house, or like helped anybody move, and you're like squeezing through a moving van to like get to something in the back, and there's like a space that like you can't really squeeze through, but you kind of squeeze a little bit and it hurts, and then like later that night you like realize you have like a abrasive line across your chest where you like dragged your body across it. I feel like that's all that would happen. I don't think it would work. I would argue that unless you have a way to, like, make them not escape, like, I think and the immovable rod can't be what pins them down. The immovable rod can be, like, the lock of the thing. That's true. They could also just click the button. So I would probably say, this is how I would probably do it with an immovable rod. I would probably say that if you tried to have a creature pinned down with an immovable rod, depending on what the creature was, if they could reach it with their arm, they could just click it and turn it off and they'd be fine. Or if they couldn't reach it with their arm, you could have them roll an acrobatics check, and if they rolled high enough, they could just get out. And if they didn't roll high enough, they would take some amount of damage as it like cut through them a little bit as they squeezed through it. Squeezed past it, because they're not just going to try to stand up through it, they're going to try to move to the side, you know. You're too tired? You don't need to, you can just hang out, my guy. So what do we think about the Kuthrik? I feel like it's I don't know, I feel like it's like, I kind of feel like it's less scary than a sturge. I feel like a sturge is scarier. Well, maybe it's just scarier than a sturge, actually. Could be C. I could see it being either of these. All right, chat, you're going to vote. It's going to be D or C. Ready, set, vote. I should have prepared this thing for my thing. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. You just got here. Welcome. New people, it's always exciting. Do I have like a... Is there one of these that's like a really short? Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. What are we thinking? It's gonna be... I think it's gonna be C. Yeah. Look, it's looking like C. We got a pretty hard push to C. Hello there, Drake the Snake. What's up? We are doing a tier list of all the scariest monsters of CR1 or lower. Yeah, I think it's going C. But I'm gonna put it behind the big beholder monster. I included all of your suggestions. Don't you worry, Derek. I got you. I'm taking care of you, my guy. Yeah, low C for sure. Okay, now the next one is a little bit of a curveball. The next one is the Noble. So this is a Noble. Now, the argument that was put forth by the person, I'm going to read it. I'm going to read this, and then you guys can decide whether or not you agree, okay? I'm going to read the whole thing. Not the whole thing, but I'm going to read it. The Noble's danger lies not in its stat block, but in its inherent authority. A capricious Noble can easily turn the life of a hero totally upside down without lifting a finger. They can seize your property, make you an outlaw, imprison you, kill your family. They can do... basically, authority. Now, here's what I'm going to say. Do we want to judge a monster based off of its roleplay potential, depending on how it's used? I feel like it's not that scary, but it is potentially scary. I see a lot of people saying E tier. Plot potential or authority. The thing that's scary about nobles is that they're real evil. It has potential, but it's still E. E for eat the rich. Vote. All right, I'll let you guys vote. It's definitely not. Okay, we're gonna do a wide spread because I'm not sure what you guys are gonna say. But I'm not giving it A tier because it's not that scary. Ready? Set. Go vote. Vote. The thing is, I don't think it has enough going on to be a S tier. Because then you could also argue any of these could be S tier. Kuthric could be S tier if you're dealing with a hive of them, you know? All right, get your votes in. We got a lot of E and a lot of D. Give me that D. Oh, it's so stupid. Oh, it's so stupid. I love stupid jokes. All right. We're gonna close the poll probably pretty soon. Let's see. I don't see anyone else voting. Give it 2 more seconds. And that's where we're going to stop it. The Noble is getting an E tier. Sorry, buddy. The dangers of nobility hit too close to home, I guess. People weren't here for it. There's a big difference between your common or garden rich people and aristos. Americans won't understand the level of condensation that has been refined as the art of over generations. We might not. We might never understand. I will say that I was once at a wedding,
and a good buddy of mine's wedding, and I was part of the groomsmen. And one of the guys that was in the groom's party was British, and the groom wanted everyone to wear bow ties for the wedding, and we all had to learn how to make bow ties. And the British guy really hated having to learn to make a bow tie because he felt like it was like nobility, posh stuff in a way that really made him uncomfortable. So, you know. Okay, this next monster is amazing, and I don't know how many of you know about it. So we all need to learn together. How many of you guys have seen this guy before? Do you know what this is? Have you guys seen this before? Are you familiar with this cute little beastie? You know this little beastie? Scary face wings? It's more than scary face wings. Okay. Let's talk about the... How do we pronounce it?
Vargweel.
The Vargweel. Thank you, Matt. No problem, Cinder. High five. We're best friends. Okay. So, it can fly. It's got a little armor, but that's not what makes it scary. It has a bite. The bite does pretty good damage, right? 1d6 plus 3d6. Pretty good. But it has two things that make it pretty nasty. You wouldn't laugh if you saw that. It would be horrifying. Human faces screaming and like pulsating with horns and stuff. You think you'd laugh? I'd be freaked out. They're funny little guys. I disagree, but that's fine. Okay, Abyssal Curse. The Vargweel targets one incapacitated human within 5 feet of it. The target has to make a charisma saving throw or become cursed. The target loses 1 point of charisma after each hour, as its head takes on fiendish aspects. The cursed doesn't advance while the target is in sunlight or areas of daylight spell, and they don't count. Okay, but when the cursed target's charisma becomes 2, they die, and their head tears off of their body and grows wings and becomes another one of these. Okay? Now, that's only to an incapacitated creature. But let's take a look at Stunning Streak. The Vargweel shrieks. Each humanoid and beast within 30 feet has to make a wisdom save or become frightened. And while they're frightened, they are stunned. And they're stunned this way until the end of its next turn. And you know what happens when you're stunned? You're incapacitated. Whoever just said just use banishment, that means nothing. There is literally a spell to solve every problem. If you can figure out what spell or class ability solves the problem of the monster, congratulations. You're playing D&D. But let me ask you this. How do you just use banishment if you are fighting and you don't have a cleric? How do you just use banishment if you're level 3? Oh, you're joking? Oh, it was a really funny joke. Ha 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 ha. So funny. Anyway. So that's these guys. They're pretty intense. Matt, how do we pronounce these guys' name again?
Vargweel.
Oh, thanks. Wait, how was that? How do we say that again?
Vargweel.
Oh, thanks. Oh my god, wait a minute. I just realized something. How many of these are said by Matt Mercer? If these are all said by Matt Mercer, I bet we could make Matt Mercer have a conversation based on monster names. If we got the right monsters pulled up. That's a stream for another day, though. That's a stream for another day. All right. But again, they have to fail. In order for that to happen, they have to fail a wisdom save that's not that high, and then a charisma save, which is not that high. Other than that, they're nothing, right? Other than that, they have a mediocre bite, and they fly. And a couple resistances. But to the point of our jokester, they have a really low intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. So they're going to fail on basically all of the spells you cast on them. They are going to be affected by all spells, basically. So, with that in mind, With that in mind, it's time to vote. I think this is either S or A or B. I think it's one of those. I think it has serious scare potential. Serious scare potential. The head tearing off and becoming a new monster is freaky. All right. Go vote. Wait, go vote. You guys have a minute to vote. Ready, set, go. What do we think? Is this guy S tier? Is this guy A tier? Is this guy B tier? ABCs. 1, 2, 3s. Do, re, me's. XYZs. Etc. You're running out of time. You've got about 12 seconds left to vote. A tier seems like it's dominating. But will it come out on top? Oh, it looks like A tier takes it, I think. A tier definitely takes it. Okay, A tier. Okay. And I think it blows Scarecrow out of the water, personally. No offense, Scarecrow. You're a good guy. You're just not that scary compared to this horrifying thing. The next one, I think, was mentioned by a couple different people. This is another one that came up recently. You wish you could hang out? You're hanging out in spirit. You're hanging out in spirit. And you know what? You're probably a pomegranate. You're worried your submission will land? You're worried where it will land? Don't be worried. If it makes you feel any better, you're not being judged by me. You're being judged by a bunch of random jabronis on the internet. Anyway, probably a pomegranate. You can still hang out. Ooh, wait a second. We have another person with a crazy name. Kelana Nilur. Kelana Nilur. Imagine a bunch of these guys hatching at once, like a town gets attacked, and then all of a sudden, yeah, like heads popping off, like. So these are skulks. Skulks are awesome. Check them out. Boom. I love skulks. Skulks are one of my favorite monsters to use against a low-tier party. They are a monster that does a great job of having a they have plot and story built into them. All right, so let's talk about the skulk for a second. First of all, the most important thing to mention is that they are invisible all the time. But not only are they invisible all the time, they leave no tracks. So they're just like, they're ghostly, but they're not ghosts. But what's cool is that the invisibility is fallible. So you can see them with 3 things. And I think that these 3 things add to them being creepy. 1, if you have a candle made from the rendered fat of an unknown corpse, you can see them in the light of that candle. So that's crazy. 2, children can see them. So that's creepy. And then 3, you can see them reflected you can see them in reflections, which is not that creepy, but it could lead to some jump scare moments. We're not going to get too into the lore or anything, but also they look sort of like the people that are summoning them. And sometimes people summon them unintentionally, which is kind of cool. Their damage is also pretty decent, considering they're going to be making their attacks at advantage all the time. But that's the main thing they have going for them, is invisible all the time and creepy shit with corpses and kids and stuff. Why is their only condition immunity blind? Because they're not ghosts. They're physical forms. They're there in the room. They're very much physical things. All right, chat. I don't know what the answer is here. I'm going to give you a wide spread. Because I feel like the skulk, I don't know what it is. This is why we need to do it together. They could be low S tier. For the fear factor element, they could easily be, I could see the low S tier. They're not crazy strong. I mean, they're pretty strong, but they're more crazy creepy, you know? So, prepare yourselves. And vote. What are they? Are they S tier? Are they A tier? Are they B tier? Are they C tier? I don't believe they are any of the others. S obelisk, I agree 100%. You don't need to... Listen, if it doesn't hit the spot, it doesn't hit the spot. But I will say, Brad, you will have a larger influence if you vote than if you don't vote. But you're more than welcome not to. I appreciate a good abstain. Oh, everyone says S tier. Wow. It's not even close. 75% of you. Well, I will give you a... Yes, it's done. It's done. My timer's out. When that little bling happens, that means the timer's over. All right. All right, we're giving them low S. All right, we're giving them low S. Okay. Okay. Next, we have up the Pixie. I am going to argue that the Pixie is very powerful, but kind of falls into the flump tier. I think Pixie is flump tier. So the Pixie gets a lot of powerful spells. That's what a Pixie gets. And they get stealth. That's what they get. But this ain't scary, my guy. This is a little cutie. Yeah, Fae are scary. I don't feel like Listen, I feel like Pixie's not the spot for it, though. What do we think? Just make them creepy. Instant creepy. The only scary thing is the spell list. Neutral good with a stat block, but yeah, flump. You would never see it. You would never see it. It would be freaky. You might see it if you look hard enough. We don't want to, again, we don't want to be getting too circumstantial here. Pixie not scary. Pixie kin scary AF. Flump, flump. Unless they look like Hellboy pixies. Polymorph only works on beasts. Polymorph works on anything. You can only turn things into beasts, though. How is it removing your bones? Are you talking about, like, the lore of a pixie? Because a pixie can't remove your bones. I'm putting it in flump tier. I'm making a call. It's flump tier. All right, next is the giant snake, I think. Yeah, giant poisonous snake. Now, a lot of people are scared of snakes. A lot of people are scared of snakes in the real world. So I understand a snake being on the list. Oh, you were saying it could be used to turn into S tier ones. Oh, I see. My argument was purely mechanical, so let me just give you a better one, Faye. As well as we all know, are creatures of trickers, so their ability to control your size, shape, awareness is a very frightening thing. I'm gonna... Listen, I appreciate your argument, Rubber Lucy. We're keeping it in flump tier. It's a flump tier. Can you look at the snake up close? Yeah, sure. Look at that. Great art. Here, you want to see what a giant snake looks like? Here. Here's some giant snakes. Oh. Wow. They're so big. I don't know, man. I don't think a giant snake's that scary. I feel like giant snake is I would put giant snake in E probably. I'm gonna let you guys vote, but I think it's E tier. Giant snake. We'll say D, C, D, E. You wouldn't insult the snake by putting it next to the noble? Cold! Can it swallow characters? I don't think so. I think the giant snake is only medium-sized. It's not really giant. It's just giant for a poisonous snake. It just poisons. All right, chat. Let's see where we sit at for the vote. Get your votes in while you can. $45 votes in. I think it's going to be E tier, but D is not. D is close. D could take it. D could take it. But will it? Might. It might not. Oh, D! D's so close! Wow, 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 wow. Guys, you got like 12 seconds left to vote. Who's gonna make it? Who's gonna take it? Who's gonna take it? Is it gonna tie? Wow. D took it in the end. D took it in the end. Amazing. Whoever voted for D, congratulations. Should be proud of yourself. You pushed the noble battle over the edge. Gotta love D. I thought, okay, Tradosio. Okay, tough guy. Okay. So the next one is a weird one. The next one is a monster called the Grimishka. It's a small gremlin-like creature. If a spellcaster tries to cast a spell near it, there is a third chance it will react to it and become a swarm of them. Meaning for even a high-level party, a relatively easy encounter can turn into a deadly encounter if the cleric just decides to cast Cure Wounds. Oh, interesting. It's like a virus that will rapidly clone itself. They're also very intelligent and completely motivated by unwarranted violence. Let's take a look. Gremishka. So I think that's pretty creepy looking, first of all. Just saying. That's not a not creepy monster. It sort of looks like a weird hairless cat, but that is not a cute face. Okay, so let's see what makes these guys so intense. Nothing here. Not anything in their stats, but they have a attack that's okay. It does force damage, which is kind of neat. But the reaction, it's only one. Okay, I will say it's only once a day, so it's not that hectic. But let's see what it does. Immediately after, this is called magic allergy, by the way. Immediately after a creature within 30 feet of it casts a spell, it can spontaneously react to the magic. Roll a d6. On a 1 to 2, it emanates magic, and each creature within 30 feet of it takes some damage. On a 3 to 4, it surges and regains some hit points. And on a 5 to 6, it dies and explodes, creating a swarm of these guys, which is this. Okay. So it's a little cat that can explode and become many cats, or explode and do some damage. It's an interesting idea. What do you guys think, chat? Where is it sitting? Where is it sitting closer to? Is it more or less scary than the burning hands and a fire snake? I feel like it's somewhere in low B. I feel like it's high B, low A, maybe. That's my thoughts. I'm gonna put it here for now, and you guys are gonna vote. I'm gonna give you A, B, and C to pick from. I don't think it's D tier. All right, ready? Set. Vote. Let it be known what you think. False Hydra is not an officially published monster, and it is not CR1 or lower, so probably not Star Alicia, but the False Hydra can be a very scary monster. But if I will say the False Hydra is not always scary. The False Hydra, if not used correctly, I would argue is annoying and not scary. But if used well, it's very scary. But either way, how do we feel about the creepy cat? Where do we sit, friends? What do you think? Get your votes in while you can. B is winning by quite a lot. Oh, I think the B takes it. I think the B takes it. All right. I think it's less scary than the... I think it might be less scary than the fire stuff. Like... I don't know. Is that crazy? Is that crazy to think it's less scary than the fire stuff? Am I being a psychopath? Yeah, wait. Yeah. The last picture? Oh, you'll see what that is. Just wait. There's a couple goofy... Like I said, there are some things on this list that I don't think belong on this list. Hence why we have a flump tier and a disqualified tier. You think the Kuthrik is more scary? Well, C didn't get the vote, so it's going to B for now. Chat voted the hand more scary than the fire snake. Oh, I missed that. All right. I did not see that vote. I trust you, though, Derek. Thank you for the correction. No man is perfect, and I am no man. Don't tell me what you did, but the boneless is very scary. It's only scary if you're a spellcaster, circumstantial. Yeah, that's kind of a good point. It's a really cool monster, though. Okay, the next one. The cockatrice. As far as chickens go, it's a pretty scary looking chicken. I will also say that if you took away the bat wings and the tail, it looks very similar to a rooster that has been feathered. Not a rooster, a turkey or a chicken that has been feathered. Poll still up. Thank you for letting me know. Poll now gone. So what makes the cockatrice intense, it does have a look, it's got really good hit points for a CR1 half, and it can fly, which is pretty fast flight too for a CR1 half. But the main thing is the petrified. Basically, if this thing bites you and you fail a con save, you become magically petrified. You start to turn to stone, you're restrained, and you have to repeat the saving throw. And if you fail that saving throw again, you're petrified. But the wait, and petrified is like it's not. Petrified is a bad condition, but it's a boring bad condition in that it's like literally like you're stuck out of the game for a while. And then the petrified lasts for 24 hours, which is a long time. Unless somebody has some way to get rid of the petrified condition, which are like pretty high level spells usually. So, let's think about this for a second. I put cockatrice over the Kuthrik, and maybe over the gas spore, and maybe over the cat. I feel like it's somewhere between A and C. I don't think if it's A, it's low A. You think low C? You think high C? All right, I'm going to let you guys vote. You're going to vote. In the hands of the player, cockatrice can be more scary than in the hands of a DM. Like if you have a pet one. All right, guys, is this A, B, or C? I don't think it's D. I think it's above D for sure. Now look at the other things we put in A, B, and C to help us here. Let's use reference points. Petrified is unaware of surroundings. Petrified is more than unaware of surroundings. Petrified is a lot of mechanics. Petrified is all this stuff. It's you can't see stuff, you can't move. Attacks against you have advantage, you auto fail stuff, you have resistance to damage, and you're immune to disease and poison. All right, get your vote in, friends. Get your vote in. Oh, this is a close one. All right, guys, you have almost no time left. I played the wrong song, but that's okay. B, I think B is gonna maybe win. All right, I'm gonna give you guys 30 seconds left. Okay? Here you go, 30 seconds. None of that says unaware. None of what says unaware under this. You didn't read it. Read the whole thing. It can't move or speak and is unaware of its surroundings. So it definitely is unaware, but I do appreciate whenever anybody gives a confidently wrong statement. It brings me a lot of joy. All right. I gave you guys more than 30 seconds. I had to yell for a second. All right. It is B. Wait a minute. Were you just arguing that it's unaware of its surroundings is different than unaware? That is, I can't tell if that's a joke or not, or if you're just admitting defeat. I hope you're admitting defeat, because unaware and unaware of its surroundings is the same thing, if for the purposes of D&D. You silly goose. You silly old goose. Honk honk to you. Squid, thank you for the gifted sub. That is very kind and generous. I appreciate it. So yeah, I think we go low B. Oops, we don't need that. I put it over I think I put it here. I think I put it behind Burning Hands, but in front of the snake. Your question is, does it know it's petrified? I feel like you would know you were becoming petrified in this case, at least, because there's like a turn of transition, right? You're not immediately petrified. You're restrained and then petrified. I also feel like by nature of it saying you're not aware of your surroundings implies that you still are conscious somewhat. So you probably have a sense of like, oh, I'm stuck in my brain. All right. Okay, next is one that I think is potentially a top tier contender. The next one is the one that also came up a couple times. This is the Carrionet. So just take a moment and look at this and acknowledge that it's a doll that's alive. That's creepy immediately, okay? Now, it's got really good AC and it's got really good AC and okay HP for a CR1. Couple immunities, but the main thing is false object, right? Okay, it has advantage on initiative, so it's like it jump scares you. And you can't tell it's not a normal doll if it's not moving. Okay? Next, it has this special attack that only does a little bit of damage, but the target has to make a saving throw. If they fail the save, they're cursed. And while they're cursed, they're slowed. And they have to roll a d4 and subtract the number they make to everything for a round or whatever, a number of rounds rolled. Oh no, it's not number of down rolls, just while it's cursed. So basically, its attack like gives you basically Bane, and then slows you. But the cooler thing is swap soul. Basically, if it can see you, then you're cursed by its needle. It can basically switch consciousnesses with you. Okay? It gains control of your body, and your mind goes into its body, and then you fall asleep for an hour. So when you wake up, you are trapped in the body of a doll. And the only way for you to get your body back, maybe there's other ways. There's ways to get your body back. The main plot way to get your body back is if you can stab the thing that took your body with the needle. So, this is not that dangerous. Like, it can really mess with you when it takes control of your body. That's true. There's a lot of potential there. But I think the real fear is it's a living doll. Plus, it's a doll where when it gets you, you fall asleep. And then when you wake up, you are a doll. And you don't know where your body is. And then you have to go find your body. I see a lot of people saying S tier. I agree. Has anyone not said S tier? Somebody said A, but almost everybody said S tier. Okay. So then I think the question is not whether or not it's S tier. I think where it sits in S tier. I think I put it in front of the Skulk, for sure. But do we put it in front of the Quickling? Do we put it above the Shadow? Above the Shadow, really? Below the Shadow? Above the Quickling, below the Shadow? Okay, I think we all agree that it's above the Quickling, but let's do a poll to determine if it beats the Shadow or not. What is top? Is it going to be Shadow? Creepy doll. All right, you guys are going to vote on this because I feel like opinions are running hot. So vote! Which of these, vote for which one you think should be on top. The creepy doll or the Shadow. What do you think, guys? Could go in either direction. Squid, did I say thank you for gifting a sub? Thank you for gifting a sub. Permanent stat damage is just so terrifying. The Shadow stat damage isn't permanent. It's just until you rest. All right, the poll is ending. Creepy doll takes it. Creepy doll takes it. Bad creepy doll takes it. All right. Creepy doll dethroned the Shadow. The Carrionet. Okay. The next one we have is the Squidling. The Squidling gnome. The gnome Squidling. It's basically a tamed down mind flayer. It can levitate, as magic resistance. It has a tentacle attack, a 30-foot AoE that stuns on an intelligence save, and most terrifying part of all, if it hits with its tentacles and you fail the save, it can do 5d10 damage to eat your brain. Let's take a look at the gnome Squidling. Yeah, the Carrionet got a couple submissions. Now, I'm going to say, I don't know if this is creepy or cute off the bat. It kind of sits in both places for me. Just from looks alone. It's kind of cute, But it is kind of creepy. I could see it going either way. But let's talk about some of the things that it can do, because they are quite intense. Levitate at will is fine, but that's not really anything. Its armor class is 8, so it's really weak. 8 armor class, 10 hit points. But it can do a 30-foot cone. Now you have to fail a 7 intelligence save, so it's kind of a weak save. It's really weak. I don't know if I've ever seen a save that low. Are there any saves that are that? Is that the lowest saving throw I've ever seen in D&D? Is there anything in D&D that has a 5 save? Is there any monster or ability in D&D that has a DC 5? This might be the lowest saving throw in D&D. That's cool. Okay. But if you do fail, it can stun a lot of creatures. But the bigger thing I think here about it is that if it can grapple and incapacitate, if it has a grappled incapacitated creature, which is almost impossible because everything is a DC 7, it could potentially do 5d10 damage, which is a lot. But man, those low saving throws really makes it not that intense. And it is so cute looking. I would probably put it somewhere between... You think it's Flump tier? Does spells that auto hit on intelligence 4 or less or so count? This is not a spell, so I don't know why it would. Oh, no, you mean for saving throws? No. You say Flump tier? C for it's too cute? It's scary how low the saving throw is. It is. I think it might be Flump tier. All right, I'm gonna let you guys vote. First, we're gonna do 2. We gotta do 2 because I see a lot of people saying Flump tier. Is it Flump or is it scary? Remember that things that are Flump tier can be powerful. It's just that if they're too silly or colorful or playful, they might not be. Anyway, let's check. Flump or scary? Yeah, oh, if it's Flump tier, it's top Flump tier. It's definitely high Flump tier if it's Flump tier. That's for sure. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah. I would be surprised. Okay, I'm just gonna stop the vote here. Yeah, I think we give it top tier. It's high Flump tier. The next thing is something called a Nightblade. We don't have art for the Nightblade, but it's essentially a cultist. So the only thing that the cultist has going that makes it intense, which is very intense, is the Aura of Madness. Everything else, it's basically a commoner. But this is a pretty powerful feature, so I do want to go over it. As long as the Nightblade is not incapacitated, hostile creatures within 5 feet of it gain vulnerability to piercing damage, unless they have resistance or immunity. So it is essentially a guy that can make you vulnerable to piercing damage. I believe, Derek, we've already established that strength is just one pillar here. It's definitely not the whole thing. But I agree that this is pretty strong in terms of like it being used amongst other minions. On its own, it's not strong at all. You wish you had a sneak attack on that? Stick this thing next to the assassin? Yeah, that's true. That's the way you do it. This would be a fantastic monster to throw amongst other monsters. That's the nature of it. Not scary but powerful. So basically it's a serial killer. Not really. It's more of like a serial killer and helper. It's also just a guy, so you never know if they're there. Can you guys tell that Derek submitted this one? Nightblade does sound like the name of a 14-year-old's first character. Slasher sidekick. So what do you guys think? Where does it sit? Where do we put it? I don't think it's flump tier. It's not cute. You say barely above noble? I kind of agree. I was going to put it in E or D. All right, I'm going to let you guys vote. Nightblade. Is it B or C or D or E? Ready, set, go. Vote. Get your votes in now while you can. What are we thinking? Is this guy that makes things vulnerable to piercing damage, but also is just a guy? Is that C tier or D tier or B tier or E tier? C and D are pretty neck and neck. They are neck and neck. D tier is breaking ahead. We'll see what happens. Running out of time. D tier is holding the lead. Oh, it's tied again. Guys, one vote could break it. C and D are tied. Oh, D is taking it. We're almost out of time. The song's almost over. And D barely takes it. All right, I say we put it. I would say it's scarier than a plant, and then scarier than a snake. I don't know if it's less or more scary than a sturge. I feel like sturges are creepier. So I think we give it to the sturge on nature of creepiness. All right, next we have another piece called Germlane. You guys might be saying, Germlane? I don't know what that is, and I didn't know what that was either. But here it is. This is what it looks like. This weird little guy with the mouse buddy. And they are a tiny humanoid. They have blind sight to a range of 60 feet. They have 3 hit points and 11 armor. They are invisible to dark vision, similar to the Gloom Stalker. They have magic resistance. They can speak to rats and giant rats. And this is where they get a little hectic. Swarming Rush. A Germlane. How do we pronounce it? Oh, we don't have the... Matt Mercer, why didn't you give us pronunciation? A Germlane adds 1d4 to its weapon damage rolls while within 5 feet of another conscious Germlane. Huh. Am I missing something? Where is the intensity of this guy? I don't think this stacks. It's not a homebrew monster. It's from like Mordekainen's Fiendish Folio, I think. Yeah, it just becomes 2d4. And it's still 2d4 minus 3. Or 2d4 plus 1. Invisible to dark vision is key here. I don't know, man. I'm not buying it. It doesn't seem that creepy to me. I don't think it's flump tier. I think it's creepy enough to argue that it's not flump tier. Just because the invisible... I mean, look at it. Like, it's not really cute. You guys were saying it's cute because it has a cute mouse friend. But look at that. That's a nasty little guy. So here, let's put it in the poll. What are we thinking? Somewhere between... B... Everyone's saying low. Okay, we're going to say B, C, D, or E tier. All right, ready? Set. Vote. No, this one. This one. What do we think? What do we think the Germaline is? You're offended that B tier is on the poll? That's harsh. Oh, I mean, it's no question. It's E tier. It's definitely E tier. We don't even need to finish the poll. The numbers were too high. All right, we know. Good to know. We live and learn. All right. Next is one that I feel like is kind of cheating, but we're going to do it because the person put it. The Avatar of Death. So, this is sort of a monster and sort of not a monster. This is not a monster that can come in. The way that this monster works in D&D is that if you draw the death card from the deck of many things, this thing is summoned. Technically, it's a CR0 monster, I believe. I don't even think they list a challenge rating for it. They don't. It might literally not have a challenge rating. It has no CR. No CR means disqualified. All right, next we have the Rust Monster. I think. Yes. Okay, so Rust Monster. You can calculate its challenge rating using the creating monsters rules. Oh, you sweet, sweet summer child. You could try. I wouldn't want to. So here's how the Rust Monster works. Here's what makes it scary. Every single time you hit it with a weapon attack made of a metal, that's not magic, that weapon gets a permanent -1 to attack and damage rolls. Whenever you hit it, that's what happens. Whenever it hits you with its antenna, wait, does its bite not do anything anymore? Oh, it can just touch you. It's different than attack. I see. It's different. It's a save to avoid it. I see. All right. What do you guys think? Where do you think? It does destroy armor. That's true. Look at that face. Terrifying for new players. C, mid S. I think lower than the spore thing. C. Low B, high C. I don't like to battle them. High C. Yeah, I was going to say they're not really dangerous so much as they are not fun, in my opinion. Like, they're dangerous for your armor. They're not really dangerous for you. But maybe that's dangerous for you. I don't know. It's a question for the ages. All right. Say goodbye to your stuff. All right, let's see what we think, guys. I think it's gonna be somewhere between I think it's gonna be somewhere between B and D tier, based on what you guys said. All right, let's give it a vote. Time to vote, friends. What do you think? It would be fun to do a quest where you have gear to fight it. That is a fun idea. Warforged are not... It doesn't work on... It wouldn't work on Warforged, my guy. It'll work on the armor of the Warforged, but it won't work on Warforged. That's not how it works. You gotta actually read the ability. You recognize that Warforged aren't made of regular metal. I don't see why it would be scary. Don't Warforged absorb their armor? They do not. They wear their armor. But they can nail it to their bodies, so they don't have to take it off. You guys voted C tier. All right, I guess C tier takes it. I don't know if I agree with that, but it's not my responsibility. Where do you put it? Here? Or here? It's more dangerous than a Kutheric, but I don't know if it's scarier than a Kutheric. Low C? Crew thick. Behind it? It doesn't even have to be good stuff. Yeah, but that's not scared. They're not scared to... Like, that's more like frustrated. You know? Alright, I'm gonna put it after the Kutheric. I don't think it's stronger. It's stronger than the Kutheric, but I think it's not as scary. Next is the Choker. Look at this guy. Kind of looks like a monster from like a 1950s sci-fi movie, doesn't it? Look at those hands. The Choker. It's got 30-foot move speed. Let's see. Once per short or long rest, it can take an extra action on its turn. It's boneless, so it can squeeze around. It has spider climb, so it can be up on the ceiling. And it makes 2 attacks. They do some piercing damage, and they grapple, and they restrain. And the Choker can't use this to know Glenn. Okay, but the cool thing is if they do a critical hit, the target can't breathe or speak, implying that they, like, grab them by the face. It's a fun little monster. C tier? Yeah, the hit points are pretty low for a CR1 monster. But its stats are not terrible for a CR1 monster. Nor is its armor class. It could be in a bag. It's true. Very low HP for CR1. Brad Morris loves it. Wants to marry it. You think it's fun? Ambush? Yeah, it's kind of designed to be an ambush. The Choker. I see a strong contender for... I think it's... I'm going to be honest. In my opinion, I feel like it's definitely scarier than the Rust monster. All right, anyway. I feel like we should vote, and you guys should decide. Ready, set, go. Get your votes in. Everybody thinks it's C tier. I see that. It's halfling sized? I thought it was medium. Oh, it's small. You're right. But lots of stuff's halfling sized. That's way less scary. Good night, ginger ale. All right, get your votes in while you can. All right, click. We're gonna make these votes a little faster. Also, probably sometimes I'm just gonna decide. I don't want this to take a million years. I don't want this to take a million years. What did you guys say? C. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh, we don't have that much left. C. I think we put them here. I think this is where they go for C. I feel pretty strongly about that. I don't even think we need to discuss it. Scarier than these guys, less scary than the giant eye thing. Next is a cranium rat. Now, I'm going to say something here. I feel like cranium rats are flump tier. I think this is a flump tier. I don't think they're scary. You can't read their thoughts, and they can make things glow. Flump. 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 What do you think? Yeah, flump tier? Flump tier it is. Justification? Oh, we can read their justification. That's a good call. Let's see. You see one cranium rat, it's already too late. There is always more to it than any other monster. While their stat blocks are very simple and fit CR0, the sheer threat that seeing a cranium rat presents is an entire adventure unto itself. Alone, they're already more intelligent than a local commoner. However, in groups, their psionic power grows. They can even act as scouts for their colony's elder brain. Okay, with that logic in mind, do we still feel like it's flump tier, or do we go E or D? I feel like we go D. I think we put it here. I think we put it here. Or here. What do you say? D, E, you agree? I don't think it's E tier. I think they're scarier than people. And I think they're scarier than cute little invisible monster gnomes. You think it should go next to the Sturge? I don't know. I think it could go either way. I could see it be. I could see that. I could see that. Low D? Behind the plant? The thing is, though, the plant's just a plant. Can these guys talk? They have telepathy, so they can talk. So they could be pretty creepy. Whoever said they're more wait a minute, I want to point something out. They're not more intelligent than the local commoner. They have a 4 intelligence. They're still pretty damn dumb. I'm putting it behind the plant. I'm putting it behind the plant. I'm also putting it behind the snake. Why should I read the description, maybe? I love when people want to be firm, but they also are hesitant to be firm. So they say something like a command, and then they say, if you want, or maybe. You just say, hey, would you please read that? Hey, you should read that. It will come off more assertive, but also more positive. I don't really need to read it. I think it's fine. They're basically just little brain rats. Okay, the next one is going to be a little bit weird. Living demiplane. Ha ha ha, death by plane shift. CR0. Why is this thing CR0? I don't understand why this thing is CR0. DQ? What does that mean? Dairy Queen? What do you mean this is DQ? It's disqualified? It's CR0? Why is it disqualified? Why is it disqualified? CR0 is a CR. Is this monster like not a normal monster? Is it come from like a spell or something? Why? But why is it cheating? Don't just say it's cheating. Explain it to me. You can't just chat. You just can't just chant shit. I mean, if we're doing no Ravenloft monsters, then we can't do the Carrionet. It's a spell? Okay. But the Avatar of Death didn't have a CR. Where does the living demiplane come into play? Isn't it just a monster in the book? Or is it tied to something? A living demiplane is a demiplane spell that has come to life. I mean, then it's not that, how is that different than the living burning hands? The living burning hands is a spell. Everybody's so dumb. When a living spell encounters a creature small enough, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm not gonna do that. It's from Icewind Dale. That's fine. A lot of these are from campaigns. Anything official is fine. Let's see. It can enter another creature's space. I mean, it's definitely going to be high tier. They must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or be pulled into its extra-dimensional place. An unfinished stone chamber, 30 feet in every direction. If the creature is too big to fit, they succeed. In the chamber, they never run out of breathable air. Magic that enables transportation between planes can be used to escape. Creatures trapped inside can't see, target, or deal damage to it. However, they can damage the room around them. Each 5-foot square of section has some hit points. If any section is removed to 0 hit points, the living spell and its chamber are destroyed. Oh, this isn't that strong. Planar destruction. The living spell is destroyed when its 5-foot square section of its extra-dimensional place is reduced to 0, or when the living spell has no surface to attach to. When the living spell is destroyed, contents of its extra-dimensional chamber are expelled. Yeah, who said death by whoever said death by plane shift, this literally can't kill creatures. That's why it's CR0. It doesn't do anything. It just takes you out of combat until you deal enough damage to it, inside or out. That's it. So I don't know who thought this thing was intense. I like that everyone was having a little panic attack about it when we started. It's cool. It's a cool idea. I don't think it's scary. What do we think? C? You think D? Who's booing? Boo! Oh, God, it's so funny. Situational claustrophobia. The rats are scarier for sure. Yeah, I think we put it. I think we do this. I think this is the switch. What do you guys feel about that switch? Does that make sense to you? Why is it still disqualified? Just because you don't like it? It's not. The only reason the Angel of Death was disqualified was because it's literally not a monster. It only can come from the deck of many things. That is not this. This is not tied to a specific magic item that it can only come from. It's just a monster in that campaign book. It might be tied to a specific moment in that campaign, but it's still a monster in the campaign book. I feel like there's no reason for it not to be disqualified. There's no reason for it to be disqualified. What is the snake thing? The snake thing is a giant poisonous snake.
And I feel like getting sucked into a demiplane for a little while is scarier than a giant poisonous snake. The intellect devourer is CR2. Hey, Milky Boy. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, next is the Boggle. Creepy looking little munchkin. Creepy little munchkin. Nobody put in the Nilbog. I don't think the Nilbog is particularly scary, which is why. Nilbog is Nilbog CR1, but nobody put it in now. So here's the Boggle in a nutshell. The Boggle has a couple things going for it that are pretty cool. It has this oil that it can do a couple things with. It can make it basically secretes oil all the time, okay? And it can make the oil sticky or slippery. And if the oil is slippery, you can fall through it. You slip through it. If the oil is sticky, you get stuck to it. And then it can also make that oil like on itself. If it has slippery oil, it's good at getting away. If it has sticky oil, it's good at grappling, that sort of thing. And then the last thing that it has is Dimensional Rift, which is pretty cool, actually, where it basically has a portal gun power. It can create little portals that it can reach through and jump through. And only it can see them, I think. Yeah, it creates an invisible, immovable rift with an opening or frame that it can see within 5 feet of it, provided that the space is no bigger than 10 feet on any side. The Dimensional Rift bridges the distance between the space and it can see another space within 30 feet away. While next to the rift, the Boggle can see through it, is considered to be next to it. So basically, you can like turn doors and holes and stuff into like things it can jump through or throw things through or grab things through. Is it smart? It's not dumb. I mean, it is dumb, but it's not like mindless. It's like a thinking creature. Yeah, really good at stealing. Spooky vibes. Really, really good at stealing. It's a trickster. It's a prankster. Yeah, I agree. This is much closer to a scary fae, I think, than the pixie. But I don't know. I don't know if it's the creepiest little creeper, but it's pretty creepy. I think this could go in a couple different directions. What do you guys think? Well, let's see what we're comparing it to. Is a Boggle creepier than these guys? Is it worse than these guys? I put it over the cat, I think. Do we put it over the fire snake? Or do we put it over the cockatrice? Below the rust monster? Nah, I disagree with that. B tier? Yeah, I think B tier also. You think they're much less scary than the gas spores? I could see us doing that also. How do you guys feel about that? Below rust? Why? You think the lizard chicken is scarier? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's move the gas spore to B, and we'll move the Boggle to C. I think this is the move. I like this. I like this. Okay, next is one of the ones that I think we don't need to really talk about. It's a space guppy. I'll show you what it looks like, but I'm pretty sure this one is flump tier. It is just a guppy fish. It's a small fish. It's pretty cute. Flies through space. It has a little air envelope. And the logic was, it's a fish that can survive space. Nuff said. But this, I think, comes to the fact that something having a lot of survival capability does not mean it's scary or dangerous.
And the fact is, the only reason why it can survive is because it has the little air envelope, which is not that big a deal. Lots of stuff have that. I think it's flump tier. And I think it's low flump. You would not be scared of that? Yeah, it's cute. It's cute, exactly. It's a little cutie. It's a cutie patootie, even. If you would believe. If you would dare believe. Who said low D? This is not low D. It's a goldfish. It literally is a goldfish. You want it as a pet? Okay, the next one, we're getting back to the creepy house. This is called a boneless. And it's basically living skin with no bones on the inside. You don't like them? Yeah, they're pretty horrifying. I think they get extra points for horrifying immediately. They have a thing called compression where they can squeeze through little areas. They don't require sleep. And they have two types of attacks. They have their multi-attack. And if both attacks hit with their slam, they grapple a creature. And if they grapple a creature, they can use boneless. They can use their crushing embrace. So the attack is fine. It doesn't really do any damage. But let's look at crushing embrace. The boneless wraps its body around a large or smaller creature grappled by it. While the boneless is attached, the target is blinded and is unable to breathe, so it starts suffocating them. The target must succeed on a DC 13 strength saving throw on each of the boneless's turns or take some more damage. If something moves the target, the boneless moves with it. The boneless can detach itself. Blah, 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 blah. So yeah, what do you guys think? You think this is S tier? I don't think it's strong enough to be S tier. It just grapples, basically. I think S tier, they have to be scary and pretty powerful. I say A tier. I say A tier and I put it above scarecrows. No, this is way scarier than any of these things. I don't think it's scarier than the Vargule. Yeah, I'm pretty confident with that. It's not S tier. Disagree. It's very scary, but it's not powerful enough. S tier has to be powerful and scary. The next one is a blink dog. Now, I personally feel like blink dogs are little cuties usually. I'm kind of curious what the creator said. Imagine this. You and your party are moving through a dark cave. A single torch lighting your way. When suddenly out of the darkness, a creature runs out and bites a player in the face. In the moment before the party can react, it completely vanishes. Then moments later, it runs back in and attacks the party again. I mean, you're not wrong. But I could also just as easily imagine one of these things running up and licking you in the face and teleporting away. And people in the chat are pointing something out. Did you catch it? It's lawful good. Which maybe doesn't matter, but I do think when we are designing, when we're thinking about how monsters are intended to exist, it does. Even if you're not somebody that uses alignment in your game, it is good to use the alignment that it's good to take inspiration from the alignment of a monster that if you're trying to put it in your game and give it a little bit vibe to help fill out the flavor, build its character. It also can't teleport that much. It can basically just do that. It can guarantee doing it once. Yeah, I think this is flump tier. I'll put it over goldfish. Okay, next is the Kuatoa. Now, the thing about the Kuatoa is that this person is completely banking on the fact that Kuatoa, if they imagine something, it can become real, and that is scary. But I want to point something out. I want to point something out. Oops, did I spell Kuatoa wrong? I did. It's Kuo. Yeah, hold action kind of nails it on the head. They're very funny. Like, yes, they can make crazy things come to life with belief, but they're sort of like the orcs in Warhammer 40k, where they are quite limited by their power by the fact that they are so silly. So while they sit in the same realm as Eldritch Horror, they're almost a joke version of it. I don't think it's quite flump tier, but I agree with the chat. I think this is low tier. I think it's a lot. Honestly, I put it exactly the same as I would put the Noble. I would put it in the exact same place that I would put the Noble. I'm actually going to move these guys back because I feel like a Noble has the potential to be scary in the same way that a Kuatoa has the potential to be scary. Where it's like, kind of depends, but they have just as likely to be silly as they are to be scary. You know? General Akbar, yeah. They're too silly to be scary. Sometimes silly things can be really scary, but they are too silly to just be scary. The next is the Death Dog. Look at that. Meow. You think it's lower because nobles aren't inherent? Okay, yeah, I trust that. I can see that. Okay, so the Death Dog is a two-headed hound. It double bites. It's got a bunch of stuff it has advantage on saves against. If it bites you, it can poison you. Every 24 hours that a creature is poisoned, they have to repeat the saving throw, and their hit point maximum is reduced on a failure. The reduction lasts until the disease is cured. So, if the disease isn't cured, you just slowly die over time, which is kind of intense. And I mean, they're an intense dog, right? Like that's an intense little puppy. What are we thinking? You think A or B? I could see it similar. Do you think it's more or less than the Scarecrow? I don't think it's as scary as the sack of human flesh. You think it's low? You think it's C? Scary but dog? Just give it a treat. B or C? I could see it. I could see it being in B. I'm also gonna make that call. I could see it just below the cockatrice. You think above the cockatrice? It's more likely that you're gonna get poisoned by it than you are gonna get hit by the cockatrice's petrify. Because not only does it have multi-attack, the saving throw is higher. So it's gonna be giving more people diseases. Disqualified means it doesn't follow the rules. Yeah, okay. I think I agree. I think we put it in front of the cockatrice. Guys, can I ask you a question? How do you feel about doing this? Or this even? Fire hands are pretty scary. It's like a living elemental monster. I think the fire hand is scarier than the cockatrice. But I think the death dog is scarier than the fire hand. Flying fire spider is spooky. Oh, I keep forgetting it can fly. But the cockatrice can also fly. If you have enough goblins, Death Dog is loyal? Says who? Says who, you silly? It's just a cockatoo? Okay. The next one is the spawn of Koalas. Disqualified because it's CR5. Spawn of Cuse, I mean, whatever. Then we have Petrafolk, which is a dinosaur person. Look at this guy, first of all. It has a pretty fast fly speed. It has terror dive. It's Sauron from X-Men. It is. If Petrafolk is flying and dives at least 30 feet towards a target, then hits them with a melee weapon attack, the target is frightened until the end of their turn. It can make 3 attacks, 1 with its bite and 2 with its claws. Alternatively, it can take 2 melee attacks with a javelin. And the rest are just pretty much straight damage. Jurassic Park says B. I mean, the thing that this thing has going for it is that it's getting 3 attacks, it has a 50-foot fly, and it has a chance to frighten creatures on attacks. That's like what that's pretty much it. So how do we feel? In terms of power, it's like mid-tier. I would say it's, in terms of both power and fear, I think it's mid-tier. I probably would put it here, I think. I think I would put it in front of the snake. You think C tier? I think that's a good spot for it. You can ride it like a horsey? Nay. Nay. I don't know if he's scarier than the chicken. He might be scarier than the chicken. I'm gonna be honest, I think the chicken still takes it. I think the chicken still takes it. Chicken is almost as fast. And it's a little bit more animal vicious, and it can petrify. I feel like the chicken takes it. Yeah, but it's not. But Tradosio, it can also talk. So just because it can use weapons, it's like more human. I don't know if that's creepy. That's just, you know, a lot of monsters. That's like goblins do that too. You know? It's just more. It's a humanoid-y monster. Chickens survived mass extinction. Pterodactyls didn't. It's more uncanny. I think uncanny can be pretty scary, though. I like this. I like this. We're going to leave it as is. All right, guys, we have 2 left. They are the Bullywug and the Commoner. Bullywug? Who said Bullywug? Advantage on stealth in swamps. Multi-attack. I'm gonna be honest, man. I think this is a flumpy. I think this is a flump. I think this is flump tier. And then last but not least, we have the Commoner. Ten in all their stats, 4 hit points, +2 to hit. Now, I'm going to be honest here. The Commoner is not in the flump class. I think the Commoner is just low E. I think they're just low E. The most dangerous creature. Man! S, 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 S for sure. S. No, you're all being silly. Commoners can overthrow nobles? Yes, but we don't know how many... You're assuming a lot. You're assuming that it's a society that really uplifts and works with revolution, and you're also assuming that there's enough commoners to do it. They're scary in groups? Yeah, it's too bad they didn't make Swarm of Commoners. You could all spam S tier. I'm not putting it there. You're crazy. It's definitely not S tier. Commoners work in groups of what? What did you say, 10,000? No, they don't. Not in my game world. Not in most people's. Whoever just said the peasant railgun, it doesn't work. That is not a thing that works in D&D. If anyone says it works, it's because they are adding their own interpretation to the rules. That is not the way it works. Commoner railgun don't work. Guys, I feel like we did it. Let's look it over. All right, what do we think? Vote? What do you mean vote? Vote on commoner? No, because you're all going to say S tier, and I don't want to put it in S tier. Okay, sure, we'll vote. We'll vote. Let me put a poll together. All right, you ready? Let me get the really intense music playing for the last poll of the night. Hey, let me finish. I didn't actually make it. All right. Ready? Set. Vote. Is the commoner in E tier? Or is the commoner in E tier? Or is the commoner in the flump tier? Or is the commoner in pee-pee poo-poo? Make your vote. Make your call. Make your stand. Show us the power of revolution. Where is it going to be? What is the commoner going to get? Who knows where the path will take us? Oh, the polls. You have like 8 seconds left to vote. Quick! 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 You have so much power here in this moment. Use it. All right, the winner is pee-pee poo-poo. Looks like the commoner is in the pee-pee poo-poo category. Unfortunately, we don't have a pee-pee poo-poo category. So to sort of balance things out, I'm probably just going to put it in... to balance it out, I'm probably just going to put it in low E, I think. Yeah, that sounds about right. Now, other than that nonsense, rigged. Yeah, okay. Okay, tough guy. How do we feel about this list? In hindsight. What are you thinking, chat? Horrible? Kunshu. Commoner is not going to be S tier. It's never going to be S tier. Commoner is misfit. Oh, shut the fuck up. I think it's pretty good. I think the list is good. All right. All right, friends. So now we know. Now we know. The winner is the Carrionet, followed by the Shadow and the Quickling, and then the Skulk. In A tier after that, we have the Vargule, the Boneless, and the Scarecrow. And beyond that, a bunch of other stuff. I feel like this list is pretty solid. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. Feeling pretty dang good about it. How do you guys feel about it? Good? I hope so. Now create an encounter with each. Sure. There was something that I wanted to do. Okay, so if raise your hand if you're new to the stream. Wait, I want to get the music. I want to get the music. I want to get the music. There we go. Oh, man. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we are going to be looking at some homebrew that you submitted. If you didn't submit any homebrew yet and you want to, there's the link. You can still submit some if you want. But before you submit homebrew, make sure you actually read all of the things in the form so that you realize it is something that you want to do. And that you do it in the appropriate manner in terms of making sure I actually get the things I'm supposed to get. And that you want me to review / critique your work. And while... Wait a second. And while that is going on, I am going to take a tiny break soon. Don't worry. I'll be back. Don't you be sad. But I need to pee and stuff. But before that, there was something that we should talk about. There's something that I wanted to talk about on stream. So I know that you guys, some of you have been around for a long time. Some of you are a little bit newer. And for those of you, for everybody, I am trying to do this professionally for a living. I've quit my job. This is what I do with my time. And so far it's going pretty good. Every day I'm learning more stuff, etc. And we're doing more and more streams. These days I'm streaming basically 5 days a week, or 4 or 5 days a week, and some of them are long streams. I also am making YouTube shorts, working on more YouTube longs, but that takes a while. But, you know, part of this process is, you know, it's just sort of, whenever your life goes through a big shuffle. Oh my God, Persuasive Wink. Did you just donate 50? That's crazy. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. I was gonna do it. Okay, wait. We're gonna tell that story. I didn't expect that to happen. Okay, everybody, give me a second. Everybody, calm down. Persuasive Wink. Thank you. You're a crazy person. You're a psychopath. You're glorious. And I feel like we should celebrate that just happened. And I think we're going to. I think we need to give me 1 second because I wasn't prepared. Ba 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 beep boop ba bay. All right. Wow, that was very generous of you. Thank you. Speaking of very generous, I was going to talk about something else, but we're going to pause for a second because we just hit the Feed the Fire goal for the day and we outpassed it, which means we have to acknowledge that somewhat because that means that's like, oh, I made enough money to keep paying rent and stuff today. Because that's the goal. If I can make that daily goal, I'm paying all my bills, which is the goal. The first goal is paying all your bills. Then there's making money.
Okay, regardless. Sometimes I feel like sometimes you just gotta keep dancing the whole way, you know?
Bright flashing by the street lights. Keep waiting till you've arrived. Let it unfold. Let it unfold. Give me a reason to feel right. I keep waiting for the morning light. I let him fall. Let him fall. You need to give me something I can't hold on to. Asleep through the night. After all, debating how you live your life. Bright flashes of white light. Let it unfold. Let it unfold. Your search for the truth has begun. Believe in your dream of the one. Keep dancing the whole way. 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 It's easy to let go. Change your track when it feels slow. Just lose control. Just lose control. Bright flashing by the street lights. I'm awake until you've arrived. Let it unfold. Let it unfold. Losing your sight. Pitch black night. You try to rewind and make things right. Keep dancing the whole way. 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 Keep dancing the whole way.
Anyway, that's really exciting that we hit our goal. That's pretty rad. Cool. Oh, man. Okay. So what I was gonna say, not a moment ago. Here, I guess we adjust it at this point. I've never done this on. I've never had this happen since I've started to do this thing. All right, here we go. I think if I click that and I click that, I can go like that. Nope. I can go like that. Okay.
Amazing. Now, what I was going to say was that there was something that I wanted to talk about as a part of this process. I'm going through some life changes, figuring out schedule stuff. You're going through life changes. Spring has turned to fall. Autumn has arrived. And with that, as the leaves fall from the trees and the air grows crisp and cold, we find ourselves in a time of change. And I think that change comes with a lot of things. There's excitement of the new, but there's also trepidation. You know, I'm a creature of habit. I'm sure a lot of you are as well. And there is a little bit of strange anxiety that comes whenever there is big change, whether that's career changes, season changes, all of these things. And I feel like if we want to do a good job as people navigating those sorts of change, that sort of change, and navigating these new spaces together, there's just some important stuff we should do, right? Like joining my crew, it is I, CinderBlocksally, and I am going to find the One Piece, and I am going to be king of the pirates. So you don't have to be scared or sad of change anymore. You can wrangle it like a bull. You can ride it into the sunset of adventure, the adventure of life, the adventure of freedom, the adventure of joy. So come with me, ride with me, into the night, into the day, into the evening. I am going to find the Grand Line, and I am going to break over the mountains, and I'm going to talk to that Dracula, and I'm going to eat a bunch of fruit, and I'm going to punch a marine, and I am going to find the One Piece, and I am going to become the king of the pirates. Who's with me? If you're with me in the chat, say aye. Let me hear your calls. Who will join my crew? Who will take this ride of freedom, of passion? You all have dreams. You all have things you yearn for. Yearn with me. Because I don't let anyone mess with my crew. Okay? How many people in the chat did not know that was coming? I think I saw a couple of people that did know it was coming, but how many did not know it was coming? That's the real question. That's the real question. Yeah, I know you knew. I saw. If you watch me long enough, if you watch me as a streamer long enough, you will learn that I am trying to mess around 99% of the time. You were lost? What was confusing? I can explain it again if you want. It is I, Cinder. I will be king of the pirates, and I will ride across the East Blue, and I shall make it into the Grand Line, and I shall go across the world, and I shall find the One Piece, and I'll get the little watch that points me to an island, and I'll eat a bunch of fruit, and I'll talk to some sea monsters. And I'll meet a warlord pirate, and I'll talk to some animal people, and I'll eat, and everyone will be excited, and we'll become king of the pirates together forever into the future, into the past, anywhere we want to go, anywhere we want to be, anywhere we want to live, anywhere we want to love, together forever, us. Me, you, we are going to be the king of the pirates. Did that explain it? Do you understand now? Does anybody still not understand it? Because I can explain it again if I need to. I'm happy to explain it again. I think I just got the yes. Okay, Kunshu, you just gave me the best. You just gave me the best compliment I've ever gotten. It feels like a commercial or for a toy or something. But that's why it's great. Because it's not. Because I don't know what I'm talking about. But I love yelling stuff. And it's fun. All right. I was about to go for a bathroom break before we got derailed by generosity and nonsense. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go do that. I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to play some fun music for you while I go. And then when I return, we will be doing a combination of if you guys want to ask me your D&D questions and we can talk, the general sort of thing that we always do. And then I'm also going to look at Homebrew that you submitted. So you still have a little bit of time to submit some Homebrew if you want to. That is the Discord thing. I'm going to close the submission form probably when I get back from the break, but I'll let you know so you can all submit some stuff if you want to. And I shall see you then. Chris, you do not need to apologize for that joke. That was a fantastic joke. Is the bathroom 1 or 2 pieces? Oh, that's a good joke. That's a good joke, my guy. Okay, but I am going to go, and I'll be right back, and I'm going to play some music that I think is good music. 1 second, where is it? Where is the music that I want to play? Where is the music? I think that it's okay. Here is the music. There's going to be some songs. I hope you like it. I won't be gone too long. All right, I shall be right back. See you guys in a minute. Good night, Derek. Hey guys. How's it going? We're back. I did all the things I needed to do. And I'm feeling ready. Oh, that burp had acid reflux in it. You guys like the music? Oh, I'm glad. Great beard. I get so weird when people compliment my beard. You know what? You know what I've learned? You know what I've learned? There is one person. There's one person who comments something like, "Your beard looks really nice today," on every single video that I post. Every single one. And I hate it. And it's the same message, and I see it. It's like my eyes get like lasered to it. And it makes me realize, oh, if I get this sort of weirded out by some rando just saying, "Hey, nice beard," that "Hey, nice beard" is not what they're saying. They're saying something like "Your beard looks really, really good today," in a way that just is like, that feels a little bit too much like a. I just not. I don't. Let me stay eldritch and distant. But it makes me realize, oh my God, how must like every woman feel her whole life? You know? How many people casually are like, "Hey, you look cute today," and they really don't think anything of it? My God, if I don't like people casually complimenting my beard, the world must be like that. Like that's like every day for most women in the world, you know? At least it took me a couple hundred years to figure it out. To be fair, I have the same beard. I tend to dig it. I'm not, listen, Chris, this was not me saying that you were making me uncomfortable. Don't you worry about that. You aren't this random commenter, unless you are, in which case it is you, and stop. But I don't think it is. I think it's just some random dude. Did everybody send their homebrew in during the break? I hope so. Because I'm about to close the forum for the night. I'll leave it open. Who cares? All right, let's... So if you're new to the channel, this is the wheel. These are all the things that are going to be on it. Some of these people's stuff I've looked at already. Some of them I haven't. If I notice your piece is one I've read before, I'm not going to read it again. Here's our wheel for the night. We are one beard. Yeah, we are one beard. Yeah, you did. Do you want to see the final results of the tier list? Here's the final results. We're on to homebrew reviewing. Carrionet was the one that had the big win. Let's make this a little smaller now. Yeah. Okay. Let's spin the old wheel. Shall we? Is anyone new? Does anyone not know what's about to happen? Is the beard patron the patron or the weapon? Oh, that's a good question. It's a question of the ages. What's up, Angel? For folks that don't know, Angel is the unsung hero of this channel. If anyone's like, "Hey, how do I know if I got my piece reviewed?" The only reason why you have any knowledge of if you got your piece reviewed, it's pretty much Angel. Sometimes Derek. Usually Angel. So if you ever see Angel in the chat, you owe them the infinite and beyond. I probably do too. Anyway, Jaxie is going to be first. Jaxie says, that's what Jaxie says. I was looking at a homebrew feat. Can that can allow you to choose to have portents. And the idea of a bard with portents inspired a bard College of Fate. I tried to follow the Fate theme. I'm not sure if the 14th level feature. Ooh, I would say I would be really hesitant to do have a feat to give portent, but I'm curious to see your bard. Here it is in the chat if you guys want it. So close to yours? You're new, Kanga? Well, I'm glad you're here. I love new people. Here, this is for you. I'll do one here. If you're new, this is especially for you. Hi. It's nice to meet you, Kanga. Welcome to the show. That's all. That's all I wanted to show you. That's my special move. Okay, College of Fate. We have a 3rd, a 6th, and a 14th level feature. I'm curious when the first year... I have to check to see if I feel like I made a year badge, and I'm curious to see who the first person to get it's going to be. Because you'll notice that there's slightly different badges if you're you've been a member for a month versus a couple months versus 6 months. My face kind of changes and grows. Doesn't matter. Relevant. Let's look at this bard. At 3rd level, you gain proficiency in history and insight. As a reaction, when a creature you can see makes an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check, you can use an inspiration die to make them re-roll. Then subtract or add the roll to that inspiration die to the new roll. The creature must use the new roll. Why re-roll and add the die? I'm not sure. I think to just shake it up. I will say, aside from the fact that you're getting to decide whether or not they're adding it to the roll, this doesn't feel so much like controlling fate as it does making fate more chaos. You know? Also, it's not, I don't feel like it's a unique enough feature. This is like way better than cutting words. Yeah, it's kind of just cutting words, but better. Oh, it's the Amatsu. If you're new to the channel, you haven't met Amatsu yet, but he is, he's around a lot on the stream. He's all over the place. You can use your reaction to expend a bardic die and have a creature subtract a roll from an attack roll, ability check, or damage roll. Here's what I'll say. Here's the thing. Yeah, that's true. It's just Lore Bard, but better, huh? Lore Bard gets 1 less skill proficiency, but now that I'm looking at it, it's so similar to Lore Bard, I feel like you got to go in a different direction here. Yeah, cutting words doesn't let you use it on a saving throw. I feel like, here's what I'm going to suggest. What I'm going to suggest is if you want to make it a feature like Portent, you should make it a feature like Portent. So here's how you do it. This is what I would say. When you see, I would say something like this. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can expend a use or multiple uses of your Bardic Inspiration die. Roll those numbers and keep track of those numbers. So let's say you can expend 2 die. You could roll a 2 and a 4 on your Bardic Inspiration, okay? At any point during the day, when a creature makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can, as a reaction, have that creature forego that attack and use the number you rolled on your Bardic Inspiration die plus 10. How about that? Or maybe plus 8. No, because we can't have it automatically get over 20. So it'd have to be 8. It's not super strong if it's just twice a day. No, I think it's not an issue that Bardic Inspiration die happens because it makes it grow. It's not better than Portent because Portent allows you to always basically Portent. You have the full spectrum. Like this with this feature, like this feature makes it so it's only it only helps people. Portent can help or hurt people. So I don't think it's still better than Portent. It's just different. 8+1 is always a miss/fail. That's not including any of their bonuses. How is 8+1 a miss/fail if you have a +10 to attack? Or a +8 to your saving throw? It's just changing the d20. It's not giving you what you have, what the total is. That same as Portent, by the way. Wait, 6th level is just Portent? Oh. Well, don't do that. Don't do that. Make the Portent the way I told you to make it just now. Milky, many things have a low AC. We looked at several monsters tonight that have a low AC. I'm not sure what that is in reference to, but they do have a low AC of 8. Still seems better, even if you can't force a fail. I think that's in your head, my guy. I think that's in your head. Because it's costing a resource. It's limited in use. You're not getting it. I don't think it's more powerful than Portent. But yeah, I wouldn't also just give them Portent. You got to come up with something different here. I would completely drop this feature and rewrite it, make something else. 14th level, you can tie the fates to of any 2 creatures. By the way, to be clear, the reason why I wouldn't make this Portent is it's, in my opinion, super. It's not good form to just take a character feature out of one character, put it in another character. It's just not. Just bad form. I wouldn't do that if I were you. What if we take the Portent idea and let the bard pre-rolled results of a bardic inspiration? Oh, that's a good idea too, actually. Maybe that's better. Maybe that's a better idea. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can roll your bardic inspiration die twice. The next time a creature uses one of your bardic inspiration die, you can choose for them to use one of those 2 numbers rolled instead. That's a good solution. That's a good solution, Matt. I agree. Good solution. I like the 8+ roll, though. I think that's a fun idea. But, nonetheless, I think that is a better idea. Regardless, we need something else here. And I think that you are probably going to benefit, as a creator of this, from getting familiar with the other bard subclasses as an idea of, like, the way to build this up, but also to sort of make sure you understand what they all do, so you're not doing too much of the same thing. I think you know that this is Portent because you mentioned Portent, so just cut this out. I'm not sure what this feature could be. I mean, this feature could be something like how else do we want to represent bending fate or being a College of Fate? The problem is we have no flavor text here. So we don't really have anything to go on other than you like the Portent feature. And I think we can accomplish that Portent feature through inspiration mechanics. So there needs to be something else. There needs to be some other piece of this puzzle. Are you a fortune teller? Do you get some amount of augury? Because there already sort of is a fortune teller bard. So you're going to have to think about that. Like, what else is this other than Portent? And whatever the answer to that is, that's what you build the 6th level feature around. The wording on the last one is going to kill me. Oh, God. Should I not read it then? Could do something with Song of Rest. If you pre-rolled Bardic Inspiration, then they should choose to take that before they roll. Yeah, I agree, Dice Admiral. I agree. That makes sense. Same as Portent. Exactly the same as Portent. Okay, let's look at the 14th level one that's gonna kill me. At 14th level, you can tie the fate of any 2 creatures together as an action, a number of times equal to half your spellcasting modifier rounded down. What? Remove this middle part. As an action, choose 2 creatures you can see or yourself and another creature. This tie... What tie? As an action, choose 2 creatures you can see. Yourself can be included. Period. These creatures are tied together. Their fate is tied. Period. This tie lasts for 1 minute or concentration or up to an hour. What? So you need to write full sentences or your brain is going to melt out of your ears. My brain is going to melt out of my ears. I would say this lasts 1 minute, or if you choose to concentrate on it as if concentrating on a spell, it can last up to 1 hour, period. You have to write full sentences. When one tied creature is hit by an attack, the damage is split evenly between both tied creatures. Any resistance... Is this just fucking warding bond? Is this just warding bond? You know this is a spell that exists. It's called warding bond. Warding bond. No, warding bond. Mouse, keep working, please. Thank you. This is explaining what you want it to do in a way that makes a lot more sense. You could even just say at 14th level, you can cast Warding Bond. It does not require concentration. Once you use this feature, you can't do it again until the end of next day. You could do something like that, but I wouldn't do that because I don't think you should just make it Warding Bond. It doesn't make sense. If any, don't do this. It's just Warding Bond. It's just Warding Bond. So you're going to want something else here. So I feel like we have a good idea for what we could do with inspiration, but I do think that a lot of this class needs a major rework, and I think that what that comes down to is sort of what you said, where it's like there just needs to be more meat to this. Like, you can't build a whole subclass around the idea that you like Portent. I think you can start there, but you need to build it up past that. And the other thing is, you probably are just not aware that Warding Bond exists, so you don't feel like you messed anything up there. But if you want to do something like Warding Bond for a feature, I would look at this spell as a way to build it out. And if possible, though, I think the real thing to do here is not use Warding Bond, but to fill out more of the idea of what a Bard of Fate should get and feel like, aside from just the Portent mechanic. And how to include that in. Like, the linking of two creatures in the way that this is I don't feel like the fiction is being sold. It's better because you could target a dragon and then when it smashes you, it hurts itself. That's true. If you're going to do something like that, you could do something like that. I think it needs to require a saving throw if a creature doesn't want to be bonded. I don't think it should just be... It should be automatic. Can a Bard subclass get an expanded spell list? Not really, but you can just make it a part of the subclass. So you could be like, at first level, at third level, you learn this spell, and this spell. That could be a feature. You think Portent should be higher level? I don't know if I disagree or not. I'm not sure, Data. I think I agree, but I also don't care. I am not somebody that feels super strongly about Portent on a Divine Wizard. I mostly think it's fine. Druid, Wild Shape, Bond with enemy, jump off cliff, profit. I mean, you're still taking all that excess damage depending on what you Wild Shape into. But I see your point. It's a fun idea. I have a Divine Wizard PC. It's almost never that crazy. Yeah, I feel like Divine. I don't know. I've had a Divine. I've had a Divine Wizard, a Divination Wizard, for a long campaign, and it was fine. There were like 2 or 3 times where I was disappointed. I was like, oh man, I couldn't do my cool thing. But usually it's fine. All right. Anyway, I think that this is an interesting idea, Jaxie. And I hope you keep working on it. And thank you for sharing. Let's give Jaxie a little round of applause. Folks, if you want to submit Homebrew and you haven't yet, you still can. If we don't look at it today, because we're definitely not going to be looking at all of these today, because, my God, we never look at all of them, let's be honest, but we try to get through as many as we can. But the day that we are going to finish this wheel, the last day of this wheel, is going to be Sunday. So, Sunday night will be the final night of this wheel. So, up until Sunday, you can submit something to this wheel, and up until the end of Sunday, there's a chance your piece that will be looked at. Portent is mostly OP if you deliberately abuse it. I mean, it also just depends on what you roll, right? You know? I don't like the multi-class dip for Portent. I agree with that, Data. I think that that's an issue with multi-classing in general, though. Like, the same issue... I feel like we looked at Mike's piece already. I think we looked at Mike's piece yesterday. Yes, we did. It was a fun idea that felt a little too similar to the giant barbarian. But Data, I feel like that issue is... I feel the same frustration I feel about it for the dip is what I feel about the Hexblade Warlock dip, where it's like there's so many classes that are just so much better if they take that dip that it really feels like you need to take it. So yeah, I agree with that level of annoyance for sure, but that's not so much of an annoyance in terms of like my game, so much as an annoyance with like the greater game design. Yeah, I think we're on the same page. The scariest monster is a commoner. They represent the working class and can single-handedly make the most of the D&D economy. They hold all the power. Peter, I wish you were I wish that was right, man. But look at the world we live in right now. We are not commoners. It is wishful thinking that commoners hold all the power. It would be lovely if commoners held all the power. They do not. They hold very little. They hold great potential, maybe. You keep seeing people online claim it's unbalanced because you can just wait around until you roll a 1 or a 20 and guarantee to pull off a crazy stunt. Yeah, only if you roll a 1 or a 20 when you wake up. Yeah. So, what I would say to those people if they're talking about Dungeons and Dragons is that you can only take a long rest once. This is a rule. This is in the rules. And if you didn't know this, this is a really good rule if you are struggling with your players resting too much. You can only take one long rest every 24 hours. So if you long rest in the morning, if you long rest at midnight, you wake up at 8. You can't long rest at 3 in the afternoon. You gotta wait till the next night. I don't think you need to be super specific with it, but technically, you can't long rest more than once in a 24-hour period. That's good. How do I pronounce your name? J. Chomes. J. Chomes. Oversleeping is bad for your health? Yeah, but undersleeping is fun. I think it might not be an official thing. I assumed it was an official thing. Jay? All right, I'll call Jay it is, my guy. You punish your players with the consequences of their actions? Why? Don't you want them to be able to do whatever they want in a consequence-free environment where they feel like they have no impact and the game means nothing and you don't have fun and they don't have fun? I'm just kidding. I'm a big fan of consequences of actions. Portent is a tricky one. I've seen people... The thing about Portent is it's sort of like... I actually don't think it can be abused. It's just very strong. But I have seen people use that 2-level dip into Wizard in combination of other things in ways that are deeply unfun, both as a dungeon master and as one of the other players in the game. And I think that that usually means something's wrong. If one player is doing something that everybody else is making them have less fun. You know? You made short rests 15 minutes? In Baldur's Gate, they're instant. It's the button. My comedic fighter subclass, channeling the tropes of the Fool, Mr. Bean, Mr. Magoo, Homer Simpson. Hope you enjoy. Okay, it's a touched spaghetti. It's a little spaghetti. It's a spaghetti. Should I watch The Sopranos? Have you guys ever seen The Sopranos? I've been watching clips of The Sopranos recently on TikTok, and I'm thinking, I feel like I might really enjoy this show. Everybody's such a character. Everybody has such wonderful voices. I love the way they talk so much. Good night. Kelk undo today. My friend from across the mountains and the mists and the seas. Is all of it good? Like, am I gonna like it when I watch episode 1, or am I gonna is it gonna take a while to like it? Tim and Eric is a very different vibe than The Sopranos. I want to watch it. I need a thing to watch. I'm out of things. I'm not out of things, but I want a thing. All right, I'll watch The Sopranos. Maybe we'll make some Sopranos homebrew. Just a bunch of guys being like, "Hey, Maron, give me the pizza, make a mozzarella, shooting the bad guys. Go to Gotham City, fight a Batman. Hey, over here, it's a penguin over here. What's this penguin doing? Hey, we're trying to conduct a business. You keep bringing your penguins. We're trying to talk about money. There's a polar bear. What's going on? What's with all the cold? Hey, I gotta get my jacket. Why are these bills frozen? Hey, why are you in a spacesuit? What's the deal with Mr. Spacesuit? Take your helmet off. Oh, call yourself Mr. Freeze. Okay, gabagoo, Mr. Freeze. Why don't you get me some Italian ice with all that freeze? Can you imagine? That's a great idea. Just a couple real silly Italian mobsters that, because there are mobsters in the Batman universe that are just regular mobsters, but we're not, but ones that acknowledge the ridiculousness of the people they're talking to. Oh my god, that's so funny. I think you'll know if you like it from episode 1, but the first couple seasons feel like dated. Not bad, just from the 90s. I'm okay if it is still good quality, I'm okay with it. I do not mind something being dated if it's still good. I grew up for a very long time. The only thing that I watched was Marx Brothers movies, Three Stooges, the old black and white Sherlock Holmes movies, and there's like a million of them, and all the old black and white monster movies, like all the Frankenstein movies, the Dracula movies, the werewolf movies. That was like the only experience I had with media for a long time. So I was raised to be very comfortable with stuff that's old and not really care. Hey, you got some root beer flavor. I love root beer. Root beer is my favorite flavor of soda. I don't really drink soda a million anymore, but root beer is my favorite flavor of soda. Hey, you've gobbled your last goo. I love that voice so much. Do you guys... Okay, wait. Let's look at this piece. But I do want to say, this reminds me of my first TTRPG character. No. Yeah, my first TTRPG character. Or maybe my second. So one of the first games I ever played was Savage Worlds. Savage Worlds is a different game than D&D. And it was a superhero game. And we were super villains. And it was very fun. And my character's name was Joey Bag of Donuts. And he was a ghost. And he was the ghost of a mobster that got killed. And his powers, the way that Savage Worlds works is it's a very different class system. You basically get all of your powers immediately. So you don't get new powers as you level up. Just your effectiveness with your powers levels up. So like it would sort of be as if you got the full wizard spell list at level 1, but you had to roll high enough on your Arcana check to have a spell work well, and the higher level the spell, the harder that would be, and then your Arcana skill would go up over time. So you just got access to all your powers. So I was a ghost, so I was invisible, I could go through walls, and I could possess people. Those were like the 3 main things I did. But I talked like this. I was, hey, let's go haunt this place over here. This is stupid. He was a great character. Joey Bag of Donuts. Loved him. All right, let's take a look at this martial archetype. The Foolish Warrior. Some people just stroll through life completely... Okay, some people just stroll through life... I was about to yell at you, but I realized you did a joke that I like. Some people just stroll through life completely unaware of how close they are. Don't say just twice. Get rid of this one. They are constantly brushing against their own mortality, and you are one of them. Normally, when somebody starts a sentence like, some people do this, but you do this. But you did the opposite, and it made it funny. That's really nice, actually. I don't know if that was intentional. If you were not intentional there, I need you to understand that you tripped into a fantastic joke, specifically in, like, the flavor text way, which is weird. Okay. Foolish warriors don't specialize in any particular type of fighting, instead breezing through combat with extraordinary luck, which of course they also are oblivious to. It's not that they're particularly powerful, it's just that everyone else kind of sucks while they're around them. Okay, cool. Can we do a random vote here, like Marvel or DC? You'd love to see it? Sure. Here you go. Here's your vote. Random vote. Marvel, DC, Gabagoo. All right, you can pick. What do you prefer, Marvel, DC, or Gabagoo? Let's see who wins. I hope Gabagoo wins. If I could peer pressure you to do anything, I'd peer pressure you towards Gabagoo. See. Oh, Gabagoo's killing it. Let's go, Team Gabagoo. All right, let's keep reading. Let's read the thing. It gets 3 features at level 3. It gets unexpectedly elusive, lucky break, and oblivious luck. You have an oddly potent knack for avoiding being caught unaware. You have advantage on saving throws against traps, and creatures do not gain advantage on attacks against you as a result of being unseen or having the invisible condition. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. I'm not against it. Let's see who won the poll. Oh, Gabagoo. Looks like we're a Team Gabagoo. If you guys need another poll, just let me know. I got plenty. I'm ready. Locked and loaded. This is interesting. What do you guys think? I think it's a pretty cool feature. Yeah, I like it. Lucky break. Starting when you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you have a wellspring of luck, which fuels your features for this subclass in the form of luck traits. A lot of F's in that sentence. I think that was an unintentional alliteration. Maybe the best class poll. Do you guys want to do a best class poll? Sure, we can do a best class poll. What's the best class? All right, there you go. Vote on the best class. Welcome, Dylan. Starting when you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you have a wellspring of luck. You have 3 lucky breaks, and you regain all of them whenever you finish a short or long rest. If you have no lucky breaks remaining, roll a d20. On a 20 as a part of an... If you have no lucky breaks remaining, roll a roll a 20 on a d20 as part of an attack roll, saving their ability check while in initiative. You regain 1 lucky break. Okay, cool. I like that. You gain 1 additional lucky break when you get to 7th, 10th, and 15th. All right, let's see. Which class is winning? Recess is winning so far. What's your favorite class, guys? Somebody asked for the question. Got it for you. Let's see. I'll give you guys a couple minutes. We'll read Oblivious Luck first, and then I'll check the poll. Oblivious Luck. When you are hit with an attack roll or fail a skill check, you can expend 1 lucky break to stumble out of the way of the attack or fumble into the solution of the skill. Roll a d6. You either subtract the roll from the attack or add it to the skill, potentially causing the attack to miss or the skill to succeed. How many lucky breaks do you have? 2 or 3? You have 3. How do we feel about doing getting that, how do we feel about that feature? And recess wins, by the way. Let's see. Where do I submit homebrew stuff? And is it limited to anything specific like monsters? It's limited to the 5th edition. D&D 5th edition. But you can just submit it to this little link right here. Yeah, it's sort of like Bardic Inspiration, but a little different. It's basically Bardic Inspiration, but a little different. It's like limited Bardic. I think it's pretty good. Let's look at Oblivious Luck. Wait, did I skip one? No. So the only thing you can use your Lucky Break feature points for at 3rd level are Oblivious Luck. Okay, that's what's happening here. Got it. You like it? You think it's good? Yeah, I think it's pretty solid. And the dice don't grow, so a D6 I think is probably fine, because it's pretty strong to minus that from an attack roll. Is it a reaction? It should probably cost her... I feel like maybe it should be a reaction. Maybe. Big maybe. Not gonna lie, you almost voted for social studies, but in the end it just depended so much on the teacher. Isn't that the case? I used to love math, and then I had like 3 bad math. I used to love math. I was quite good at it, and I was an advanced math boy up until 10th grade. And then going into 10th grade, the math teacher was the worst. Then I became very bad at math very quickly. Yeah. You want to hear something else funny? I took Spanish class for 3 years of high school. And I stopped learning Spanish, I think, probably at the end of 9th grade. And for 10th and 11th grade, 2 full years of Spanish, I cheated really, really well and really, really cleverly. Not cleverly, but I cheated well enough to not get caught and maintain like a low B. I got really good at specifically cheating in Spanish. And I will tell you, if you want to get good at cheating in any class, but Spanish especially, it's a community effort. That's how you get good at it. You need to get people on your team. So what you want to do, this is what you want to do. This is what I did. You want to get a couple people that you're working with. They don't need to be smarter than you, but they need to be ideally a little smarter than you. And you want to learn a basic sign language, like super simple, like just the letters of the alphabet. And then when you're taking tests, you can talk to them across the room, wherever they are, which is nice. You can like exchange ideas or just like say what you think the answers to questions are on things. That's one. The other thing is you want to understand your surroundings. You want to know the people that are sitting around you. Is the person in front of you particularly good at vocab and the person next to you particularly good at grammar? Keep an eye on that. You want to understand the strengths and weaknesses of your teammates. And you also want to make sure that they know they're your teammates. You don't want to sit next to somebody that doesn't want you to cheat off them. That's not going to go well. You want to sit next to somebody that doesn't care. And then you want to know what they're good at so you know when to cheat off them and when not to. Learning the sign language. Listen, you don't need to learn that much sign language to use it really effectively. Just learn the alphabet. As someone who really struggles to learn languages, it was weirdly easy to learn the Spanish alphabet. Or not the Spanish, the sign language alphabet. I don't remember most of it now because I haven't had to use it in a really long time because I basically stopped using it after I stopped taking Spanish. All right, let's look at... The luck recharge is too specific. It only works in initiative and only if nothing left. That's like a flavor thing, Matt, because it also just comes back on a short rest. They also just come back on a short rest. So this is like bonus. This is like a ribbon feature. So I think that's fine. You guys want to see how far I can stick my finger up my nose? Should I ask you to give me donations to show you how far I can stick my finger up my nose? or to not show you how far I can stick my finger up my nose? Which one? Two people really don't want to see it. All right, fine. It's really easy to do, though, because, like I said, this isn't my form, so I can just do all sorts of weird stuff to it. It doesn't mind. Pull it. Okay, we'll pull it. All right, let's see what wins. Let's look at the 7th level feature. Good night, Josh D. Your good fortune has evolved to include your enemy's misfortune. When a creature misses you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to expend a lucky break to inadvertently cause the enemy to fumble. Choose one of the following effects to occur. If an effect causes the creature to make a save, make it DC. Hold action with the 2. Thank you very much. Let's see what the poll won. Give you Serenity. Are you guys sure? You guys sure that's what you want? All right, I'll let the poll go for a couple more seconds because it seems like people have a lot of strong feelings, and it's like I thought you wanted peace. I didn't think you wanted serenity. So, somebody misses, you can expend a use of your lucky to do one of these things. You can do slip, whoops, or stun. Slip. Creature makes a dex save. On a failure, they fall prone. They can't get up until the start of their next turn. That's pretty strong. Not letting them get up until the start of the next turn is really strong. I might remove that part. Making a creature grow prone in the middle of their turn is going to be pretty good anyway, because a lot of the time they will have already used some of their movement. So I don't know if I would prevent them from getting up. But maybe what I would say is standing up requires them to use the rest of their movement, as opposed to just half their movement. Okay, yeah, give me Serenity. All right, I thought you guys wanted peace, but I guess you're asking for Serenity. What was that poll for again? You guys want to see how far I can stick my finger up my nose? About that far. About 2 knuckles. I think it's pretty good. I decided to not do it in the close-up. I decided to not do it in the really big close-up because I didn't want to actually be rude to any of you. Next time I'll do it in the big close-up. Whoops! I know it's impressive, Philip. I wouldn't have showed it if it wasn't impressive. I'm not trying to be unimpressive. I'm very shallow. I am very vulnerable and shallow, and I'm very selfish and self-centered. And I want you to like me. I need it. I'm insecure. That's the word. Insecure. Okay. Whoops. Creatures roll the attack again, but against a different creature of your choice within range, potentially back at itself. As the attack ricochets off something in the environment, they overshoot their swing. I would not make them. The way that I would do whoops is I would not let them attack themselves. And I would probably make it something that they could only do if there was a creature within range. So like if they don't have a creature within their reach, I just wouldn't do that. Because a creature using its full attack against itself is pretty damn strong. Creatures are very creatures hit a lot harder than players do. So like a monster hitting another monster is going to almost always be strong, especially if it's a big monster. Or it's like anything above like a CR3, basically. A monster hitting another monster is almost always going to be more than a player hitting a monster, assuming that the player isn't like expending resources on that hit. Hey, Jaxie, I reviewed a piece of yours earlier. Thank you for your heart. You've never been so disgusted or entranced at the same time? That's good. That's what I'm going for. This is why I like the Rune Knight and the Cloud Knight that make you redirect an attack that hits you. Yeah, that makes sense. Reminder that a large halberd does not 1d10 but 2d10 damage before modifiers. Who's that reminder for? I guess we'll see. Let's see. Stuck. The attacker's weapon and ammunition gets embedded in the ground or some other element in the environment within 5 feet of you. Once on their turn, a creature within 5 feet of an object can attempt to retrieve it by making a strength saving throw. It should be an athletics check. It should be a check, not a saving throw. I can tell you what I said. I basically said you shouldn't just pull features from other classes. I said I would completely drop the 6th level feature. I would redo the 3rd level feature to sort of incorporate Bardic Inspiration into a way of doing Portent. Like doing Portent with Bardic Inspiration. You re-roll the die. You roll the die at the beginning of your day, and then you have those numbers. And then when somebody uses Bardic Inspiration, instead of rolling, they could use those pre-rolled numbers. And then your 14th level feature is just a different version of the spell Warding Bond. And I didn't know if you knew that, and I felt like you should know that. And maybe that should help influence how you want to build out that feature. That was it in a nutshell. I like Stuck. Just make it a check, not a save. Incredible Luck. At 10th level, your Oblivious Luck feature improves as your luck has only magnified. When you use Oblivious Luck, you can now roll a d8 instead of a d6. I'm going to be honest, based on the things that this feature does, which is mostly take away creature's attack roll, I probably would not have the die get bigger. How long ago? No idea. I probably would not have the die get bigger. Additionally, you can now use your Oblivious Luck feature to add to a saving throw. You failed, potentially turning into a success or adding it to attack roll you missed. Honestly, dude, just keep this part. Just make this part. I would just keep this part. I would not do the growth of it. Accidental success. Whenever you make an attack roll, saving throw, or ability check and roll a 1 on the d20, you can expend 1 lucky break to turn it into a 20. You do not regain the luck due to rolling a 20 in this way. I don't think you should be able to use this feature more than once a day. Probably. Or make it so it's not a 20. Make it so like you roll a 1 and you can use a thing to re-roll it. Or you can roll a 1 and you can change it into rolling a 10. I wouldn't turn it into a critical success. I feel like that's too powerful for the expense of one of your lucky break points. And then we get Legendary Fool. Your Oblivious Luck feature improves once again. You now roll 1d10 instead of 1d8. Yeah, we're going to drop all that again. Or this could be where it goes up a little bit, but even then, I don't think it should. Additionally, the d10 is applied to all subsequent rolls of the same type until the end of the current turn. So, like, if you roll a lucky break die on an attack, the attack is all other attacks are affected by the end of the turn. I wouldn't do that. I feel like, I'm going to be honest, I feel like I would just rewrite this whole feature if I were you, this last one. Sarah Cookener. This is a fighter subclass, yes. So, my main feedback for you is I like the core class. I like the 3rd level features. I like the 7th level feature a lot. But I kind of feel like you lose steam in the last 3. These last 3 don't really have any flavor text. I mean, not flavor text. They don't really have any flavor to them. They really don't feel like they're adding anything. And they're making things get stronger in a way that I think is too strong. So, it's not being sold to me. So, what I would do if I were you... How's it going, Sarah? Did I say hi? I thought I said hi. What I would do if I were you is I would maybe keep some of the improvement features of the luck, but I would try to give some either new special moves that you could do or special like once a day crazy big move. But I wouldn't just make it keep improving, because then it just becomes Battle Master but different, and that's, I don't know, I feel like that's boring. I feel like there's more room to play. So that's what I would do if I were you. Uh-oh. Dragonus is about to time out Kunshu. You know I'm here for it. I always tell my mods that they should be really aggressive and do whatever they want. My mods are way less aggressive than I am. All right, let's give our dear, who made this piece? Let's give Touched Spaghetti a round of applause. Touched Spaghetti. Dragoness, I had to take charge. They were stepping on your toes, man. You just asked them to stop and they didn't. That was so disrespectful. I had to destroy them. I had to obliterate them. They'll be allowed to chat again in like 10 minutes if they want to. Oh yeah, it's a very cool concept. I agree. I love. If I were you as that fighter, I would make more features that feel like slapstick comedy. Lean into the Mr. Magoo stuff. I really like that. The sort of accidental fighting is really fun. Dragoness, you don't have to do anything. I just wanted to. I felt the need to protect. I wanted to defend your honor in that moment. I hope that you're okay with me doing that. Because sometimes you gotta protect your crew. And nobody messes with my crew. Have you guys we don't need to do the One Piece thing again right now. I almost did. I was really close to. I was thinking, oh, should we do another One Piece speech? This is from GM Grimfang. Your table hates you? Why does your table hate you? Are you leaving cups on it without coasters? Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Bleep. This is a sword I made for one of my players as a backstory item when their original campaign character died. Cool, let's take a look. I'm so funny, by the way. I don't know if you guys realize how funny I am. Why is it just a +3 sword? This is all flavor text. This is all flavor text. So here's what I'll say. Two things. I think a +3 is technically a legendary weapon, not a very rare weapon. So you should just know that, and you should decide that you want them to have a legendary weapon. I would also say that giving somebody a +3 weapon to start is a little hectic unless they're level, I would say 15 or up, probably. I wouldn't give them a +3 weapon to start. The last thing is I think it would be a lot more fun for your player. Probably. What's up, the pasta? I think it would be a lot more fun for your player if instead of you just giving an item that was a +1 item, if you gave them an item that did some stuff. I'm skimming over this and I see some shenanigans about werewolves and stuff, so maybe the item has some powers that make you better at fighting werewolves or being a werewolf or something like that. But I think that it's really, really worthwhile to try to make mechanics meet the flavor whenever possible. That's all I have to say. Did you want me to read this little thing? Because I'm not going to. Because I don't want to. Because I feel like this is flavor for your campaign and I shouldn't judge it. That's not for me to judge. Grimfang, thank you for sharing. What's up, the pasta? You slay, Dane. We be slaying. There's somebody in one of the discords that I'm in. Yes. In one of the discords that I'm in, there is a person who I really like. She's very funny, very smart. And she uses the word slay as like an adjective. And it's one of those moments where it's like, oh, I'm old. This is Homebrew from the YouTuber Bone Wizard. I don't really want to review Homebrew that you didn't write. Who's Bone Wizard?
bone wizard.
In all things beautiful, I had the audacity to tell people to.
Let's see, what's your most popular video? Oh, that's a lot of views.
The men too angry to die, the rageaholics, the buffest boys, the warriors whose fury.
Alright. I'm not going to review an item that you didn't write, but I love you. Bye. Unless you did write it. Nope, you didn't. Hey, Bizarre Edits. You never had time to drop into my live before. Just wanted to say you love my content. Hi, what's up, my guy? Welcome. We're reviewing Homebrew that people are submitting. People like you if you want, but you don't have to. But welcome. And Kunshu has come back as a Lemur. A strange sludge demon. I think I reviewed this already. Maybe. Thanks for your review of the NPC I sent you. So I probably should have helped more. Here's a piece I worked on a lot harder on for formatting. It's a paladin subclass Oath of the Heart. Oh, maybe I didn't review this. I don't remember this. Jay the Dead Rat sounds similar. Forrest! What's up, Forrest? How's it going? Oh, calm down there. I still don't have time. I gotta go. Can you drop on by? All right, get out of here, man. Do what you gotta do. Going good through homecoming week. Oh, have you come home? Home. I will go home. Home is where I will be coming. That could be very inappropriate depending on how you interpret that. Let's see what we get here. Oath of the Heart is for those who stand tall against adversity, sometimes called brave hearts, lion hearts, or loving knights. Paladins of the Heart swear to protect those who they love and those they deem deserve love. They choose to stay strong unwaveringly for those they love, being an ultimate symbol for those They choose to stand strong unwaveringly for those they love, being an ultimate symbol of bravery and passion. Oh, you're missing a comma, so this sentence doesn't make any sense. Put a comma in there. In fact, I would probably put a period at the end of the word love, and then I would just make this a different sentence. They always show compassion, strive to show that love, be prepared to sacrifice, help others, be good. Okay, so I am going to say right now, one thing that I want to acknowledge is that the Oath of Love Paladin and any other protective safety vibe paladin is gonna be very similar vibe. I feel like there's gonna be similar vibes. And I feel like there's some shit here that there should be. I immediately see a spell that chat. There's one spell that immediately comes to mind that should be here that's not. The first person to guess it wins a prize. Nicholas, you get an extra prize because that is not the one that I was thinking of, but I agree that that would fit really well. No, not Bless, not Sanctuary. This is it. This is a paladin about love. This is a love paladin. Not romantic love, communal love. The love of people, the love of the commoner, the love of the other person. Charm person, no, charm person's evil. Charm person is manipulative. That's not love. That's control. Nope, not shield. What's a spell that's sort of like charm person, but is not evil? It sort of manipulates people, but not in a way where you control them. Nope, not friends. Friends makes people literally hostile towards you. Nope, friends makes creatures hostile towards you. Not Crown of Madness. Calm emotions! S obelisk. Ding, 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 ding for the points. Calm emotions. This should totally have calm emotions on it. Why doesn't it have calm emotions? Calm emotions is the perfect spell for love. It's like, yo, guys, chill out. We gotta talk. Like, let's figure this out. So,
A couple, a Circle of Power, I'm not sure how I feel about. Compelled Duel, I don't know how I feel about. I think Warding Bond and Prayer of Healing fit. Oh, I agree. Warding Bond and Prayer of Healing fit. But I think that Calm Emotions, I think, fits better. I think Calm Emotions fits better than Prayer of Healing. Feast. Hero's Feast could also... Is Hero's Feast a 5th level spell? I thought it was a 6th level spell. I don't think they get... I think Hero's Feast is a 6th level spell. Kunja, we were worried where you... We didn't know where you went. Next time your phone's gonna die, you gotta let us know. You can't have us just waiting in the wings. That was not... It's not fair to us to make us so worried. I almost had to call your parents and ask if you were okay. Yeah, so Hero's Feast couldn't be on this list. You don't get 6th level spells as a paladin. Let's see what we get for Channel Divinity. Random thought, wouldn't it make sense to call Channel Divinity something having to do more with the oath instead of... Okay, no, we're going to ignore your random thought. Random thought ignored. Fine, I'll read it. Wouldn't it make sense to make it something invoke the oath of something? Just a random idea that popped in my head since paladins aren't god-based. I don't know. I feel like that's the... I feel like the name invoke oath, that's like what you just titled them. You know what I mean? Like invoke love. Invoke the power of love. Because Channel Divinity is like a feature that is like tied to mechanics that exist outside of what it does. Like they're tied to... There's magic items that affect Channel Divinity's features. There are Channel Divinities like sit in the resources in terms of like how often you get them when they come back. So, yeah. I wouldn't change the name of it. Feel like if you're leaning into healing word is much more desirable than cure wounds. Yeah, but that's different because actually it sort of depends. Are you giving someone a hug or are you saying, I love you, man? I don't know about Calm Emotions just because of the last line when the spell ends, creature becomes hostile again unless the DM rules otherwise. I feel like it's still better than Prayer of Healing. Let's see what they get. Because the thing is, Calm Emotions isn't like a minute. It's like it lasts a little while. And the whole point of making it... The whole point of Calm Emotions is... Well, not the whole point, but a very good use of Calm Emotions is to cast it and then immediately turn it into a role-play encounter. One where you are genuinely not trying to be a dick to the monster or the bad guy you're fighting. And you're trying to actually reason with them. And then, when Calm Emotion wears off... Whether or not they were not hostile, whether or not they were hostile before, they still remember everything that happened, so they can still logically have been reasoned with, and they can decide to maybe still have just been reasoned with. It's more a matter of, like, you have to treat the way to make Calm Emotions affect things after Calm Emotions is to not treat it like a mind control spell, to treat it like a, hey, let's take a time out and talk for a second. Bolstered words. As an action on your turn, you can use your Channel Divinity to bolster those around you. You heal 2d8 plus your Charisma modifier to 4 creatures within 30 feet. So the way I would say that is 4 creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you heal 2d8 plus your Charisma modifier. It doesn't really feel like it has anything to do with love. How do you guys feel about it, chat? It's kind of just like a big heal. I don't care whether or not healing is mid. I care more about, like, does it hit the vibe? Because the thing is, with paladins, we don't get a lot of abilities to make ourselves feel like our class. We get our spells, we get our Channel Divinity, and then we don't get anything else until 7th level where we get our aura. So, what really, really matters more with paladins, in my opinion, than anything else is making sure that the spell list has very strong vibes and the Channel Divinity has very strong vibes. And I don't think that Bolstered Words is a strong enough vibe based on what I read here. Like... What about this? Like, what about this? Like, what if you don't put Calm Emotions on this list, But what if you make Channel Divinity a special casting of calm emotions where creatures are not hostile towards you immediately afterwards? Or it's just better or stronger or it doesn't require concentration or, you know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff you could do. Isn't love healing? At least that's what media likes to portray in fantasy. What media? What are you talking about? I think maybe instead of healing, it could be additional hit points implying that your party feels warm and fuzzy. That's true. It could be like a different version of the aid spell. What do you mean like fantasy work? What's fantasy work? And where's that? What fantasy work is love? What are you talking about? I feel like in fantasy, healing is like clerics. I don't think it has anything to do with love. Unless you're implying like a, you know, like magic girl stuff. Are you just being creepy? What do you mean, magic girl stuff? I have no idea what you're talking about. If you're implying creepy shit, I would suggest, I don't know what that is. So, no, I still don't know what you're talking about. Magic girl anime? I feel like you're talking about something very specific, and I have no idea what the fuck it is. Does Sailor Moon heal through love? I feel like Sailor Moon just transforms and kicks the shit out of people. No, I know what magic girls are. I don't understand what this guy means by. I don't understand what Gandalf means by healing through love is a fantasy magic girl thing. I don't know. Maybe I missed something. Take action. When you choose when your channel divinity, when you use your channel divinity to take initiative on the battlefield. What? Oh, you use your channel divinity to take initiative on the battlefield. When an attack, put an N here. When an attack, look, man, just this. When an attack is directed at a creature of your choice within 5 feet as a reaction. Oh my god. You need to learn how to organize your sentences here. You're shooting yourself in the foot with these things being written in the wrong order. You're getting all the information in, but it's like you don't know what order to put it in. I'm going to read the whole feature, then I'm going to help you reword it. When an attack is directed at a creature of your choice within 5 feet as a reaction, you can choose to take the attack instead. The damage is halved. Additionally, all creatures within 30 feet of you must make a wisdom save or become frightened. Or save to break free of the frightened condition if they are suffering from it. Why do they need to make a wisdom save? What? Okay, so this is what I'm going to translate this into regular writing, and then we're going to talk about it. Here's what you're going to say. When a creature within 5 feet of you is targeted with a weapon attack, you can use your reaction to make the attack target you instead. Period. If the attack hits, you are resistant to the damage. Period. Additionally, any creature within 30 feet of you that is affected by the frightened condition can immediately make a wisdom saving throw to break free from that condition. Period. That's what you want it to be. That's how you want to write it. Bildo. Oh my god. Thank you, Bildo. $2 for the Baldur's Gate 3 fund. I do think it would be fun to do a very long... Maybe there will be a week where I take off reviewing Homebrew. And I just play Baldur's Gate for like 10 hours a day. I don't know if that would be a good idea or not. I know you would watch Dragonist. You would ride with me into the bowels of Mount Doom. Data, you're too kind. You guys are all sweet. Okay, fine. We'll do it. We'll figure it out. I'll figure out. We'll either make it a goal, maybe by a certain amount of memberships this month. Maybe when my memberships hit a certain number, we'll translate over to it, or maybe we'll just pick a day and then we'll do it. I don't know. Figure it out. You think enemies should be charmed, not frightened? Oh, Gandalf, I like that idea a lot. So what I would say, here's what I would say. I feel like if I were you, maybe change bolstering words into a very short-term charming effect and get rid of this second part. That's probably what I would do if I were you. Ghost VA 2PA. Thank you for becoming a member. Very cool. Or should I say pretty cool? I appreciate it. Please enjoy the emotes. And if you are for anybody that's new. Oh shit, did I fuck something up? I did. Okay, for anybody that's new, if you are not part of my Discord yet, consider joining the Discord. And if you are a member, you get access to some private channels. Ooh. Ones where I hang out a little bit. I'm sort of half-heartedly avoiding spoilers for Baldur's Gate 3 because I'm still laboring under the delusion that I'll get to play it one day. I kind of feel the same way, man. That's why I think I just need to do it on stream. wants me to post homecoming parade pictures in the Discord and Cinder. Are you a fan of the Unexpectables podcast? I'm not. I don't know the Unexpectables podcast. If you want to post homecoming pictures in the Discord, there is a selfie channel that you could post stuff in if you want to. You owe it to yourself to enjoy the game. You're very kind. Read again. It's a frighten save. It doesn't inflict fright. No, I'm not saying. That's why I was saying you would change. That's why I'm saying to change it. I think it would be cool if instead of it removing the frightened condition, it gave the charmed condition. I think it would be a neat idea. But you could also have it remove the frightened condition. I think take action is pretty solid. I feel like bolstering words needs to change. Or go. Read this, please. I read what I want. Sarah Cookner with the 5. Because you're a badass and the rent is too damn high. Thank you so much. That is very, very kind of you. And I appreciate it very much. You would love to see a DM. I would love to see a DM as a player in Baldur's Gate 3 than hearing any ideas they got from Baldur's Gate 3. There's a lot of people that are doing that already. I feel like. Or maybe, I mean maybe already is not the right word, but I feel like I've seen a lot of content creators that are doing that. Unless I'm imagining my memories faulty. My soul, forfeit. My heart, ice cream. Ugh, excuse me. All right, let's look at Aura of Health. Cinder likes to throw stuff. I do like to throw stuff. Okay, here's what I'll say. If I play with chat, I don't want to do the thing where chat picks what I do. Like, I don't want it to be chat plays Baldur's Gate 3. I play Baldur's Gate 3 and we talk and you guys give me suggestions and ideas, but I want to be the one that decides what happens and like what characters I make. And you guys can influence me with peer pressure, but I don't want to do the chat plays. I don't want to do chat plays. Sorry, that question didn't make any sense. I was typing while talking. What was your question? I don't even remember. Ask it again, because I don't remember what you asked. The one who decides what to throw. Exactly. Just finished out a D&D station, and party is about to have a fight on a runway train. Ah! It's a good thing you finished at the station, because it would be crazy to have a station at the train. About homecoming pics. Oh, yeah, you could post homecoming pics. Turtle Druid became a member today. Thank you so much, Turtle Druid. Very cool. Very cool indeed. Welcome. As I said earlier, to all new members, consider joining the Discord if you haven't, because there's all sorts of member stuff. And if you are a new member, you can submit Homebrew to my Thursday night member review streams, where we focus a little bit more directly on the Homebrew. And you can call in if you want to. And you can find the tab for that on my YouTube community tab or in my Patreon. Okay, Aura of Health. At 7th level, you shroud your allies with healing energy, reviving your allies' strength. I would say reviving their strength. It'll just sound better, because you say your allies and your allies in the same sentence, and it's a little... You don't want to do that. Whenever an allied creature, not including yourself, starts their turn within 10 feet of you, They gain 5 temporary hit points. When you reach 18th level, the increases to 30. Increases to 10. I kind of feel like this is fine. I like it. I don't know if I like it. I think it's fine. It's not crazy strong. Can I make a suggestion? I would probably make it so they heal hit points based on something that is like... I don't know how I feel about the starting at 5 and increasing to 10. I might do it so it's like I might make it so it's your charisma modifier. I feel like that might balance it a little bit better. Because getting those hit points every single turn forever is gonna add up. It feels like a weaker Twilight Cleric. The thing you have to keep in mind is this is not a once-a-day ability. This is not a 3 times a day ability. This is always on. So while each individual bit of hit point gaining is not going to be crazy, overall, it is going to be an absurd amount of health that this feature gives. Which is why I think that I would probably, actually, if I'm being honest, what I probably would do, if they don't take damage, they can't take more, yes. But if they take damage, they can. Yes. So both of those things are true. This feels less Love Paladin and more Oath of the Healer. I could see that. That's true. It might be worth just rejiggering the flavor text to make it more like, I am a Paladin of Healing. That might be a better flavor for it. Yeah, so I probably would make this Charisma. And even then, I might play around with the radius. Like, 10 to 30 might be fine, but if it feels like it's too much, I could also very easily see it being a 5 to 15. Or a 5 to 20. Please, everybody type that temporary hit points don't stack so you can continue to miss the point of what I just said. I'm not talking about how temporary hit points stack. I'm saying that this is a mechanic that you have access to forever. Whenever your character takes damage, they are going to get affected by this. Not with that attitude? Sorry, I apologize. Was I being harsh? Was that me being too harsh? I just saw like 4 different people were saying like, oh, temporary hit points don't stack, just so you know. And it's like, yeah, brah. I know. That's not what I'm talking about. Apologize if it was harsh. Sentinel of Heart. Paladins do not get features at 13th level. They get features at 15th level. That's the first thing. Baba, I'm going to reach through the screen, and I'm going to pick your nose, and I'm going to take the boogie, and I'm going to put it in your ear. At 15th level, your ability to be a beacon of hope in battle increases. When a creature within 20 feet of you is targeted with an attack, you can use your reaction to split the damage between the targeted creature and yourself. You gain an additional reaction at the start of your turn. Why are you gaining an additional reaction at the start of your turn? I wouldn't do that. Baba's here. Philip Mead is Baba. They are the same person. Baba is with us always. I just happen to... at this point, I'm familiar with them enough that I know their different usernames. And Baba comes more off the tongue. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like I would drop this part. This is what I would do. I would drop this part, and I would make it limited in use. I would probably make it like, you know... maybe like charisma modifier times per long rest. You could do it. Hey guys, I have a question. Do temporary hit points stack? Get out of here, Forrest. You're wonderful. 20th level, Lion-Hearted Hero. At 20th level, you become light in the darkness to those around you. You can use an action to gain the following benefits. You gain 30 temporary hit points at the start of your turn. You gain 100 extra lay on hand points. Oh, that's a lot. Any creature within 30 feet of you that's hostile to you has disadvantage on attack rolls on targets other than you. You have a number of reactions equal to your charisma modifier. Why are you trying to throw in this extra reaction nonsense halfway through the class? Don't do that. Drop this. Drop this. I feel like the extra 100 hit points is probably fine. I don't think... I don't like this radius thing. I like these two features are fine. I think I would get rid of these two. Oops. I would get rid of the oops. I would get rid of these two, and I would give it one more thing, and that would be cool, but not one of these two features. Maybe something. I would say something else that bolsters your allies, maybe, but maybe like allies within a certain range of you or gain your immunities to. Maybe allies within a certain range from you can't be frightened or something like that. Yeah, no. I would just drop all the reaction stuff. We don't even need to get into it. All right. Thank you very much, Jay the Dead Rat. What a name. What a name. What a lifestyle. Hey guys, do temporary hit points not stack anymore? What's the deal? I thought they did. Since when don't temporary hit points stack? No, I'm pretty sure they do. I'm pretty sure they do. I think you guys are all just wrong. Yeah. No, they definitely do stack and a Thoth. Check in the monster manual. It's good that you like to make them stack. That's how they work. Midnight, I looked at your piece already. I remember everyone. I have a memory of the gods. Yeah, we looked at it already. And take you off the list. Bye. Love you. Bye. I know, Databank. People really don't know how to stop because everybody feels like I don't know that temporary hit points stack, and I know they stack. Dice Admiral, are you still here? I saw you earlier. Check out this spell. I will check out this spell. Oh, yeah. Dice Admiral, for folks that don't know, Dice Admiral likes writing in Notion, which I think is fun. Metamorphosis. It's a 4th level transmutation spell. Casting time 1, action, range, touch, duration an hour. You encase a creature in a tough cocoon, protecting and slowly changing them. You touch a willing creature of large or smaller size. The creature is encased in a magical cocoon. While encased in the cocoon, the creature has a total cover from effects outside. Blinded, restrained, incapacitated, has 50 hit points, 16 AC, is immune to psychic and poison damage, vulnerable to fire damage. If the cocoon would be moved by any effect, it instead takes 5 bludgeoning damage for every 5 feet it would have been moved and isn't moved. So you can't move it. Boom, you're stuck. Blade Roller, that was a very good joke. Just so you know, I'm proud of you for making that comment. That was good. That made me chuckle. That's the kind of humor I'm here for. If a creature remains in the cocoon for 1 minute, then they emerge, destroying it. A creature emerging in this way is transformed, gaining the following benefits until the spell ends. Venomous Fangs. Whenever a creature hits with a melee attack, the attack deals an additional 1d4 poison damage. Luminescent Wings. The creature gains a 30-foot fly speed. Compound Eyes. The creature has advantage on perception checks that rely on sight. And then for each additional level higher up, the cocoon gains extra hit points, and the final transformation gains 10 temporary hit points. I'm going to be honest, this probably should just be a spell that doesn't level up, I think. I think this probably just shouldn't level up. A list of all things Cinder knows. The Netflix original show One Piece, that temporary hit point stack, the correct way to pronounce Vox. What is that word? How do you pronounce that word? It's perfectly correct. Yeah, this spell just shouldn't stack, I think. The Wings is much better very circumstantially. I agree, though, that the Wings are going to be much better a lot of the time. But I do think there are going to be circumstances where dealing a little bit of extra damage or having advantage on perception checks will help. But I think that is a really, really good point. I like the idea of the spell. I'll tell you what I don't know how I feel about. I don't know how I feel about the fact that the first half is so complicated to get to the second half. Like, I appreciate the flavor of a character getting wrapped in a cocoon to gain, to emerge transformed. I think that's really cool. But I feel like it might be easier. Like, I almost want to suggest that this spell has a casting time of a minute, and then this is what happens. I think 1 round of incapacitation gets you there more easily. Yeah, that's true. You could also do it in a round. I think that's fine. I don't think it needs to be a minute. I just don't know how I feel about requiring all of this to get to these mechanics that feel fairly straightforward. I don't know, because here's what I'll say. Here's the other thing that I'll say that I don't know how I feel about. Genuine question. I don't know if this is good or not. I feel like the most evocative part of this spell, the part that's the most interesting and exciting, is the cocoon making part. And I think the second part with the venomous fangs and wings and eyes is not that interesting. So I almost want to figure out, what I want to encourage you to do is figure out how to get the second part to feel as cool as the first part. Yeah, the flavor is great, which is why it's like in a weird spot. The way it is now, the duration needs to be longer. It's pretty rare that you know you'll be in combat within the next hour and have a minute to spare. Maybe. I don't know. It's definitely circumstantial. Turtle Druid. My dear Druid of Turtles. Aren't we all Blade Runner? Aren't we all? We are all Blade Runner. I'm Blade Runner. I'm also King of the Pirates. Also, my chair keeps slowly sinking. Do you guys notice it? Fly plus advantage on perception is excellent outside of combat too. Well, you're not getting both. You're just getting one. We are all one. We are all one. This is true. I heard through the grapevine that we are all one. We are one. We are all one. This is true. I love that some of you know exactly what you guys are talking about when that's mentioned, and some of you are like, what are we talking about here? I think Fly is pretty overrated. It's good, but not as good as people think. Yeah, I mean, this is not as good as the Fly spell, obviously. It's different, right? It's Fly for an hour. I think Fly normally lasts 10 minutes, but Fly is also a 60-foot. This is a 30-foot. The biggest thing here is that it doesn't require concentration. That's the biggest piece of this puzzle. That's a lot, is the not requiring concentration. So maybe an hour of this for no concentration, an hour of this for no concentration, or an hour of this for no concentration is okay. I just feel like they're not as exciting as I want them to be compared to this. It's a neat idea for a spell. I really like the flavor. You're sure the spell grants you all 3? Oh, they gain the following benefits. They do gain all 3. I'm dumb. I misread it. Good call, Gandalf. Okay, with that in mind, does that change the way we feel about it? How do we feel about a creature getting the ability to fly, do extra poison damage, and have advantage on perception checks for an hour, not with concentration? Let's not make QAnon references. No better. Go ahead. Let them out. Let them out themselves. What's the QAnon reference? Did I miss a QAnon thing? I don't know much about. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a big QAnon guy. I don't know anything about it. For 4th level, you think it's not crazy? No concentration when Fly itself requires concentration. Where we go one, we go all. Oh, Sarah, I think you're making a link that other people weren't making a link to, because I feel like people were referencing a song that I sing a lot on stream that has nothing to do with that, but maybe. I don't know anything about QAnon, so. A QAnon motto is where we go one, we go all. Oh. QAnon is the cringiest shit ever. Anybody that legitimately is into QAnon, they need to just take a step back and understand what they actually want is just friends. And QAnon is like a fun way to like make friends. But it's also a way to be like a psycho idiot. So there's easier ways to make friends that are less psycho idiot. I mean, fly is magical flight. I'd rule this isn't magical flying. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, you could say you sprout wings. Maybe a way to balance the magical flight would be like it doesn't work with heavy armor. Like you can only fly when you're wearing like medium or light armor. Yeah, QAnon is just like a bunch of racist, anti-Semite crazy people. Not a fan. Not a fan. Yeah, I think it's a really cool... Okay, in hindsight, now that I understand it does all three, Dice Admiral, first of all, I'm sorry, I misunderstood it for like 15 minutes. Second of all, I think it's a cool idea. I don't know how I feel about a spell that changes you for an hour that doesn't require concentration. And I understand this is intended to make that as like a balancing mechanic. So, I'm not exactly sure how I feel about it. If this lasted for 10 minutes, I could also see that being a lot more balanced, but I understand why you don't want it to only last for 10 minutes. It might seem redundant with the flying, but I would give it a spider climb perhaps as well. I agree, just make it non-magical flight. Then you drop the movement speed to 0 and they die. What is that? Wait, what do you mean? How do you drop them to 0 movement speed and they die? What are you talking about? Everybody dies when they drop to 0. Yeah, magical flight isn't anything in D&D. Like, that's not a mechanic. Do you mean hover? I think you mean hovering. You mean hover. You mean hover. 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 You mean hover. You're describing hover. You're not describing magical flight. Yeah, technically, if you go to 0 and you have a hover speed, you still fall. The difference between a hover speed and a fly speed is that if an ability knocks you prone and you just have a fly speed, then you fall. If an ability knocks you prone and you have a hover speed, you just like spin around midair. Hey, Dice Admiral, we all basically like this spell and we think it's cool, and I misunderstood it for like 10 minutes, but I have two big thoughts. One, and this is one that I don't know how to solve, and maybe it's not a big issue, is that I feel like what is happening visually, evocatively in this first part feels cooler. Not better, because obviously it's not good, right? Like, but I feel like it's cooler than this. Like this feels cooler than this, and I don't know how to handle that. That's one thing. The second thing is I genuinely am not sure if this is enough of a issue to merit getting all three of these for an hour without concentration. I just don't know. I feel like chat is going in a bunch of different directions on it, and I don't want to tell you one that I know I don't want to tell you what to do here. I think you just got to try it. But I feel like there might be something there that needs to change in terms of should this ability last an hour and not require concentration. Oh, the other thing is I think you got to drop the temporary hit points thing. I think you just drop it. To me, this feels like a spell that shouldn't have a cast at higher levels thing. I think it should just be this is what it does spell. That's what I would do. But I like the vibe quite a bit. I think it's a really fun vibe for a spell. I feel like this would be a great spell. Did you say you can have it? You didn't say you could have it, but this would be a really fun spell for a druid. It would be a really fun spell for a nature cleric. It would be a really fun spell for the swarm keeper ranger. I feel like that would be a really fun spell. So I like the insect vibe a lot. I'm going to fart. Let's see if any of you hear it. Did you guys hear it? Anyway, Dice Admiral, lovely to have you, and thank you very much for your piece. It's a really flavorful piece. Really fun. Really fun. Really, really fun piece. Yeah, we know that's what you meant by magic flight, you silly goose. Unless it has the ability to hover. What are you saying? Unless it has the ability to hover. If a flying creature is knocked prone, it has a fly speed. Its speed reduces to 0, or is otherwise deprived of flight. It falls. Yes. Unless it has the ability to hover. Yes, we talked about this already. Chat is just catching up. Maybe I just saw them later. But yes, that is correct. Magical flight in D&D, it doesn't mean anything. Having a hover flight in D&D means something. Yes. We got Vix Linth. Welcome back, the person. If it isn't the person. I'm a huge fan of your content. Oh, I'm a huge fan of your content. Yeah, the fly speed. If you get knocked prone when you're flying with the fly speed, you start to fall. Did I send the person to the Shadow Realm? I don't think so. I think they just left for a little bit. No, you don't? What do you mean, no, you don't? Then why not? Philip, what the fuck are you talking about? If it says it specifically doesn't, then sure, it specifically doesn't. But normally, magical flying doesn't mean anything. Let's see. The target gains a 60-foot fly speed for the duration. When the spell ends, the target falls. When the spell ends, the target falls if it is still aloft and it cannot stop falling. Unless it can stop the fall. No, man. I don't know where you're saying it. It's not on the fall. It's under the flying rules. All right. If you're wrong, you have to eat a whole crow. Where are the flying rules? Let's see. Flying creatures enjoy many benefits of mobility. Oh, I see it at the end here. The creature falls unless it has the ability to hover or is being held aloft by magic, such as by the fly spell. Okay, there you go. I guess you don't have to eat any crow. Let's take a look at the Circle of Nightmares druid. Ooh, Circle of Nightmares. Very nice. I didn't offer to eat any crow. I told Philip he would have to. I ate crow the other day. You were getting hungry? Druids, who are members of the Circle of Nightmares, hail from regions that have strong ties to the Far Realms and its nightmarish realms. I feel like we need more specific opening sentence. I would not say Circle of Nightmare Druids hail from realms that are nightmarish realms. That we're not really getting any extra new information there. The Druids' connection to the natural and the unnatural makes for an uneasy alliance between creatures of the material and the aberrations from various regions of the multiverse. Are these like an extra planar druid, or are they an aberration druid? They seek to show the natural world how little difference there is between nightmares and reality. Their magic makes the bravest creatures wish they were merely dreaming, making their nightmares their enemies' realities. You say nightmare way too many times in this opening. I would get rid of almost all of them. In fact, I probably wouldn't say nightmare more than twice in the whole document, or in the whole opening paragraph. Yeah, there's a lot of repetition of words, which you should avoid. And then the other thing is, I think you need to clarify if Circle of Nightmares is a phrase, because nightmares are not traditionally tied to the Far Realms at all. Like, the Far Realms are nightmarish, but you need to establish that connection, because if I read Circle of Nightmares, I'm not thinking of Circle of Far Realm. I'm thinking Circle of Nightmares. Yeah, what Databank says is it's nightmares or it's multiverse terrors. They're different things. All right, so at second level, we get one thing. Just one thing and no spell list. Huh. Okay. At second level, you learn to imbue others with nightmares of the Far Realm. As an action, you can make a creature within 60 feet make a wisdom saving throw equal to your spell save DC. I would make it a creature that you can see. On a failure, the creature is frightened of you. The creature is frightened of. You got some weirdness going on here. The creature is frightened of a creature of your choice within 5 feet of them. Of a what? Of a something. There's a really key word here that's missing. I don't know what this is. Is it going to be a creature or is it going to be something else? You're missing a word that makes it very hard to know what this does. They're going to be frightened of something within 5 feet of them. While frightened this way, the creature takes 1d4 psychic damage if the creature is within 5 feet of it at the start of its turns. The way that I would say that is I would say if the creature is... Actually, that's fine. That sentence is mostly fine. Don't say may, say can. It can repeat the save at the end of each of its turns. You can use the feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. This is really weak for a second level druid feature, just so you know. Really weak. Like, if you're going to make a druid this weak, you got to give him a spell list. Yeah, it is worse than a cantrip. I agree. I don't know if it's worse than a cantrip, but it's certainly not better than a cantrip. Philip Baba with the 10. Thank you so much. What D&D monster do you want as a pet? Okay, Philip, you answer follow-up question and I will answer. In real life or in a D&D game? Because the answer is different. In real life? Okay. So it would like live with me now? So it would be nice to me. It would be a good pet. It wouldn't like, if I picked a horrifying monster, it would still be my friend, right? Okay, assuming that it would still be my friend, and it would be nice to me, and it would be a good pet. I would still have to deal with, like, being out in the world, so that would be hectic, potentially, but it would be good to me. I have 2 ideas. I have 3 ideas. The first is an invisible stalker. Just a super powerful, fast, invisible creature. That would make a really good pet. I like that idea. The second, which I acknowledge is a terrible idea, but I still would love it, would be a purple worm. I would love to have a pet purple worm. It'd be so much fun. Imagine a giant dune worm pet digging through the ground and being your buddy. Oh, I would love that. And probably, honestly though, I would probably pick something that could cast spells. I would probably pick a creature that had the ability to do magic. And I don't know what that would be off the top of my head, but some creature that could do magic. I would pick a magic creature. I don't know what magic creature. I'd have to look it up. Like if a pixie was not sort of a person, because I feel like pixie is sort of a person, I would probably pick a pixie. Because a pixie would be really fun to be able to, like, they could turn you into an animal for like an hour. That'd be really fun. No, I wouldn't want a roper as a pet. No. But I do love ropers. Ropers are really cool monsters. Ropers are some of my favorite monsters in the whole dang game. Coatl is a good one for sure. Sturge? I would not want a Sturge pet. So this feels like really light for a second level feature. Normally, with a druid at this point in the game, if you're gonna give them one feature at second level, it's gotta be real strong. I would probably give them 2 features. I would probably give them, if you want to do some sort of like fear thing, this is like a lot of steps and doesn't do anything that impressive. Like the most it does is like a round of frighten and psychic damage. It's like, it doesn't feel like it's doing that much. So I probably would like break that down into its core components and be like, what do I want to do? I want to be able to frighten creatures and I want to be able to do psychic damage to them. Okay, cool. And I would figure out incorporating those ideas in, but I don't think that this is the way to do it. And there's spells that kind of do this anyway that exist out there. There's like Phantasmal Terror or Phantasmal Killer, or there's spells that you could sort of copy the language from. But I would give this 2 second level abilities and I would give it a spell list. When it says frightened, does it mean the frightened condition? I'm assuming it does. Unicorn is rideable. Hey man, anything's rideable if you got a saddle. If the saddle fits, you gonna sit. Let's look at 6th level. Beyond Vision. At 6th level, you have learned how to show others the very nature of nightmares themselves. Whenever you cast a spell from the Druid spell list, you can use a bonus action to make a number of creatures equal to the spell's level within 60 feet of you make a wisdom save, or use their reaction to move 10 feet in a direction of your choice. Okay, so the way that you would say this is you would say, whenever you cast a... I would just say, whenever you cast a don't make a druid spell list. That doesn't make sense. Just make a spell. Whenever you cast a spell, whenever you cast a leveled spell, you can use your bonus action to force... how many creatures? To force a number of creatures equal to the spell's level within 60 feet of you to make a wisdom saving throw. Period. On a failure, they must immediately use their reaction to move 10 feet in a direction of your choice. The only thing is here, I would not let them walk into danger. Like, I wouldn't let them use it to, like, run off a cliff or, like, to walk into a fire or something like that. It's okay. I'm not sure how this is selling the vibe of, like, the Eldritch Nightmare thing. It's like, what is it really doing? It's just moving a couple creatures 10 feet. Is that Eldritch? Is that the Far Realms? I don't know. I feel like it's not. I feel like we're missing the mark here for the vibe. It should read as away from you. I mean, I think it said direction of your choice with intention. The idea is that you can pull them in any direction, right? You can just pull them up if you wanted to. So I'm not. That's not anything I don't have a problem with the mechanic. It's more just like it doesn't feel like a why is this a nightmare druid mechanic? And how in any way does this, like, how does this tie to this? Like, they almost feel they're doing different things, but they sort of feel similar. It's like, you know, creature within 60 feet of you, wisdom save, and then it's frightened into psychic damage. Creature within 60 feet of you, wisdom save, and then it's like running in a random direction, which is a pretty big aspect of the frightened condition. So it feels very similar, and it also feels like it's not adding vibe. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like we're missing the mark here so far. Walker Between Realms. At 10th level, you have started to harness the reality warping power from the far realm. You gain a number of dream motes equal to your wisdom modifier. As an action, you can expend a dream mote to shoot one ray of aberrant power. Roll the following... There's a... Put a period here. Or a comma or something. Jesus. Period. Capital. Roll the following magical rays at random. Roll 1d4. Oh, you just have the roll randomly in the middle. So what you say is to shoot a ray of aberrant power. Okay, you just are really disorganizing your sentences. As an action, you can expend a dream mote to shoot a one ray at a creature of your choice, of a creature you can see within 60 feet of you. Period. Roll 1d4 to determine the effects. And then you look at the chart. I think a Beholder Eye Ray on a Druid is interesting. I agree. I'm going to be honest. I don't think we need to be incorporating a brand new type of resource that we get access to at 10th level. If you want to do something with Dream Motes, we should be getting this at level 2, and it should be incorporated into the whole thing. At this point, you should just say... At this point, you just say, at the end of this, you just say, you can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier before you need to finish a long rest. Period. You don't need to do dream modes. There's no reason. In fact, dream mode is the only level we're getting this at, so it really doesn't make sense to do it. Also, if you're going to do something like you can do 8d8 necrotic damage, this probably shouldn't be wisdom modifier times. This should probably be like this should probably be less than that. Dazing Ray, they can be charmed and move at half speed. Frightened, and you can expend your reaction to make the creature make an attack against the creature of your choice, of its choice. You got to clarify that. What do you mean make an attack against the creature? What creature? target dex save or their speed is halved for 1 minute. In addition, the creature can't take reactions. Okay, so yeah, this is a little too strong. These are all really strong, which is not bad. But this needs to be like this needs to be way limited in use. This needs to be like a maybe twice a day power. You have the option to make the damage just 36 damage? No. Why would you say that? This is just how things are written in D&D so that you understand what the average is. You don't need to say 36 here. They just chose to because I think that's the average of 8d8. Is 36 the average of 8d8? Feels like that's a little high. What's 4.5 times 8? Is it 36? It's 36. I was wrong. No, it's the max. No, it's not, Philip. See, this is why I question you when you say stuff with confidence, chat, because you say such silly stuff with confidence. I'm finding, I'm open to being flexible, but I'm finding difficult to see how the flavor could possibly be a druid. What do you mean, David? I completely disagree. Well, let me rephrase that. I don't disagree. Let me rephrase that. I disagree that this completely feels different than a druid. I think you could make a druid of anything, and you could make it work. You could make a druid of postcards. You could make a druid of the mailman. You could make a druid of fire trucks. You could make a druid of ice cream. You could make a druid of tables. And I think you could make any of those things work. So I think what you make it is almost irrelevant. You can make almost anything work. But the question is, and I think what you're getting at, David, excuse me, maybe you're not noticing it because you're feeling the feeling, but I think where the feeling is stemming from, the core issue here, is that this thing doesn't have a strong vibe yet at all. I would argue that if the 6th level feature and the 2nd level feature were represented as you being a druid that was an abomination druid, where you were manipulating things, like you couldn't make beasts, you could make crazy 3-eyed beasts, or your limbs were growing weird, or you had an alternative use of your wild shape, where instead of you turning into an animal, you became like an eldritch horror creature. I bet if that happened earlier, then you would buy into the flavor of the I-beams at 10th level. I think the problem is that it's a little all over the place, and it's kind of what we talked about at the beginning, where it's like, is this nightmares or is this eldritch horror? Yeah, I understand, David. I understand. We're on the same page. I misunderstood you, but I understand now. And now we understand each other, and now you're going to join my team, and we're going to be pirates, and we're going to sail the seas. And we're going to find the One Piece or whatever. All right, let's look at the 14th level feature. But yeah, the flavor is not, it's all over the place. It doesn't make it, it's not anything yet. Nightmare Manipulator. You learned how to show the visions you see. When you finish a short rest, you can cast one of the following spells on 2 creatures within 30 feet without expending a spell slot or requiring material components. Dream, Awaken, Contact Other Plane. I feel like you didn't look up what Awaken does. I feel like you didn't look up what the spell Awaken does, because Awaken doesn't fit the vibe of this at all. I would also argue that the way that you've built this, Dream doesn't fit the vibe of this at all. Yeah. Awaken is not a spell that you should be able to cast for free, period. Let alone twice a day for free. Yeah, man, I don't know. If I were you, what's your name? If I were you, Vix, I feel like the move here is to kind of go back to the drawing board and to ask yourself the question, what is this supposed to feel like? Is this a Far Realms Eldritch Horror Druid, or is this a Druid of Dreams and Nightmares? And if you want to make it a Far Realms Eldritch Horror Druid, we need to feel that a lot earlier. If you want to make it a Druid of Fear and Nightmares, then I think you get rid of the Laser Eye. You get rid of Awaken and Contact Other Plane regardless. And kind of rebuild it so it feels in that direction. Because right now it's a little bit it's like dipping its toes in a bunch of random pools, but they don't connect well. And the ability to make a plant or animal sentient definitely does not fit anything here so far. That's the main reason why Awaken feels like Awaken doesn't wake someone up. It like turns their brain on. And maybe there's some connection there that you're seeing, but it's not there yet. All right. Thank you for sharing your piece, Vix. Let's give you a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. You're a champion. A true champion. There's a lot of spells that would fit either vibe, but def needs spell list. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of really good Eldritch spells that are really fun and really flavorful. Helios, multiple grapple rules. Oh man, I'm gonna be honest. I have zero interest in reading grapple rules. Grappling is not fun in D&D. I don't want to read this. Chat, will you just read it for me? This is one of those things. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be very, very honest here. In my opinion, grappling is not good for D&D. It's not the way the game is intended to be played. Doesn't really work in it. I think in order to make grapple work, you basically need to build a mini game that is separate from the regular combat, and it's kind of looking like that's what you're doing. I will read the beginning, but I'm definitely not going to read the whole thing. Introducing additional strategy and depth to your D&D combat. These rules offer new ways to engage in physical combat, including the use of light weapons during a grapple. What's the issue with base? What's the issue with base grapple? I don't know. They want grapple stronger. When a creature engages in a grapple, they can choose to impose one of the following conditions: disarm, force the opponent to drop a held item or weapon. They can make a saving throw to break it. I mean, disarm is already a thing you can do instead of a grapple. Why would you make it a part of the grapple? I disagree with that. You guys know that as a part of your attack action, you don't need to grapple. You can also shove or disarm. You can just do that. Disarm and shove are in the PHB for that's what I'm saying, Databank. Yeah, you and I just had the same thought at the exact same time. So I feel like I wouldn't just make it so when you grapple you can also disarm. So immediately I'm like, that don't work for me. Also, I would argue that grappling very specifically is different than restraining. Grappling is just movement. It's restraining where you're getting entangled by something. Like grappling a creature is just holding them by their collar. That's grappling. That's all it is. It's nothing more. So the first thing that I would suggest is you probably want to make this tied to restraint, because if you just tie this to grapple, I think you're just making grappling too strong. Or I don't know. It just feels weird. Like why can I blind a creature when I'm holding them by their leg? You know? 2/3 of the grapple feature are two-third points of the grapple feature are how to end it. Wait, what did you say? Grappler feat is the closest thing to any grappling in 5e. 2/3 points of the grapple feature are how to end it. I don't know. Databank, you're probably saying something that makes sense, but I don't know what you're saying. Is disarm? Yeah, you can disarm. You just disarm. I don't remember the rules for it. If you look up, yeah, we can look it up really quickly if we want to. 2 of 3. I see. Yes. Okay, I understand now. Disarming. Where is it? It's gonna be in like combat or something. I don't know. I'm not gonna look at combat. Here we go. Oh wait, I don't know. This is somewhere else. All right, whatever. We're not gonna worry about it. Just know that you can disarm in place of an attack. Yeah, most people don't know. Most people don't know that it's a thing. I would look up the comments. Page 271 of the DMG. Disarm is an optional Dungeon Master Guide thing. Oh, got you. Okay, I didn't realize. Okay, so it's optional. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like you're losing a little. I don't know. I don't feel like this match. I don't know if this matches what I imagine the flavor of grappling is. Like, I feel like grappling is too easy to do to be able to impose all these different conditions. A grapple imposing a condition can only use unarmed strikes or light weapons for their attacks on their turn. This reflects the limitations of movement and positioning during a grapple. I mean, I guess that makes it a little bit balanced, but not. It still doesn't really change what I feel like the core thing is. I'll tell you what, this is what I would think. I feel like you could maybe take this and turn it into a feat of some sort. But I wouldn't just use this as mechanics. I think that I don't know, man. Call me crazy, but I've never had anyone interested in anything grappling in D&D. And maybe it's because their mechanics aren't that good. Maybe it's just the way that my players play. Isn't an action to restrain after grappling? I don't believe so, no. Hey, KLW, what's up? I mean, listen, if you like this, I feel like these sorts of things could work. I feel like limiting the light weapon or unarmed strike is not the biggest hindrance. Like, it's the difference between, like... It's basically the difference between a D8 and a D10 of damage, give or take. Like... It means that I'm going to be using D6s instead of D8s or D10s or D12s or 2D12s. I don't know. I also feel like this is particularly strong with the Beast Barbarian in a way that is almost unfair to everyone else. Because the Beast Barbarian is going to be making all their attacks, because all their attacks are unarmed. And then they have super good athletics. If you want to properly disarm, you got to kick the weapon away. Teamwork in grappling. When several allies try to grapple a single opponent, the initial grapple attempt is made without advantage, but each subsequent ally gains advantage. This advantage applies only to the establishment of the grapple and the condition. Wait a minute. Why? Why? If one player fails, the only way that I would make this count... Snotty Man, very cool. Welcome back. I appreciate the membership. Very cool. The only way that this would work is if the one player goes immediately after the other one. If any combat happens between the two players' turns, this should not apply. Because if I fail my grapple against you, and then you have a turn, you could move, you could escape, you're moving around, you could be swinging your weapons, you're in a totally different position when the next person comes in. This is just flanking, but for grappling, and I don't think it makes sense. Oh, Brewcam, I'm so sorry. This is just grappling. This is just flanking for grappling. And I feel like to me, it doesn't make sense because it requires, like, that might be the way to word it. Like, that might be the way to do it. Just make it flanking for grappling. Yeah. Listen, I mean, it's a cool idea. If this is the kind of thing that you like for your game, go for it. I would say that the teamwork in grappling needs to be cleaned up, and I'm not buying the logic of. And I also feel like this is too much stuff to be able to do on a grapple, just straight up. I don't think grapple should be this powerful. I feel like there are too many things that it's giving us the ability to do. We might just disagree fundamentally on that, and that's fine. All right, let's give Helios a round of applause. Matt says, end the condition. What does end the condition mean in this case? It's a good point. I don't know. Unsure. All right, thank you for sharing, Helios. Could Goro, Machamp, Shiva grapple work? I don't know. I know who Goro is. He's got 4 arms. I know who Machamp has 4 arms. There are creatures in D&D. There are several different things in D&D that you can be that have multiple arms. And usually they have a very specific thing they can do and not a lot more. So like the 3-creen, I think, can use their arms for like with light weapons, but the Simic hybrid, I think, can grapple with its extra arms. So it kind of just depends on what you are being. Extra actiony. I wouldn't give characters in D&D extra actions for having extra arms. I feel like that's too strong. Ivy is up. Action economy is king. Agree. Ivy, are you not on this document? You should be. Yes, you are. My homebrew oh, please don't make this a campaign. I don't want to read a campaign. My homebrew campaign has an Arch Yugoloth as the BBEG, so I like making lower CR Yugoloths to throw out my party. Lovely. Currently, they are in a continent that has a kingdom of giants, so I made a Yugoloth that is based on giants. As a note, if the fact that it can teleport feels weird for a giant, it's because nearly all Yugoloths can action teleport. You know what, Ivy? I actually don't. I don't know if I knew that, but I feel like I knew that because that didn't sound weird to me. I feel like that makes sense for. I'm into it. I'm pretty sure 3-creen can do anything with their extra arms, only restricted to the size of the weapons they can hold. Oh, okay, cool. At most, a limited bonus action. At most, I wouldn't even give a limited extra. What do you mean extra? I wouldn't give extra. I wouldn't give an extra bonus action with arm. The thing is, D&D is too complicated a game. There's too many things for you to really genuinely mess with the action economy unless you're like very specific in how you do it. There's like a couple places where it's messed with very intentionally, but outside of that, it really opens too many doors for abuse. Too many. All right, Titanoloth. I like the name a lot. Because then you get it so like being a rogue and having cunning action, or like being a rogue with cunning action, being a monk with a flurry of blows, or just the extra unarmed attack. Like there's just too much stuff you could get cheeky with. Yep. It's just a list of things they can do. Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought it was, but I wasn't 100% sure. They can use a bonus action to manipulate an object. I think that's a great idea, Data. I just don't think they should get extra bonus actions. What's up, Cat Roach? I was worried that you weren't here, and I appreciate you letting me know not to worry. You've warmed my heart, my soul, and you've given me peace of mind, and I will forever be grateful for that peace of mind. Let's see. It's a CR9 big boy. It's a huge guy. So it's a giant. Big hit points. Big hit points, big AC, big health. Not that strong for a giant. 21 strength is not that strong for a giant. So it's not actually the strongest giant. It's kind of weak for a giant. I might make it stronger. It's huge. I think it should be stronger. I'd probably bump this up to at least 23. Magical attacks. Their attacks are magical. It has advantage on saving throws against spells and other things. It can cast Counterspell twice a day, Destructive Wave once a day, and Lightning Bolt once a day. Okay. And then it has Hellish Bolt, ranged attack, +5 to hit. It does a bunch of fire damage and a bunch of lightning damage. I feel like a Hellish Bolt should do fire damage and necrotic damage. I don't feel like lightning makes as much sense here. I feel like lightning is like more demon-y than Yugolothy. It has a spear. It has teleport. Okay, so it's a pretty straightforward monster. This is what I would say. This is my main feedback. 1, it's got to have more strength. 2, it needs something else that is not just magic resistance and innate spellcasting. Because basically, it falls into the issue. It's falling into the issue that a lot of giants fall into, where they don't do anything. They're just big and they hit. This is the same thing. It's just big and it hits, plus counterspell, plus destructive wave, plus lightning bolt. And while that's fine, I feel like the better move here is to try to give it at least one sort of unique thing, right? Maybe its spear has some weird Yugoloth, devil, demon, fiend, poison, affliction. You know, maybe something like we want to. Let's let it. I don't think that this justifies the Yugoloth enough. So I feel like we want to, let's make it a little bit more Yugolothy, you know? Goodbye, Cat Roach. I'll miss you. Yeah, Hill Giant is CR. It has 21. Has 21, and they're CR 5. It's a neat idea. I just think it needs a little bit more Yugolothy. What do you think about an electric monk that gains points the more attacks it does? I don't like it. Don't like it. Immediately say no. Once it reaches 5 attacks, the next attack can paralyze on key points. Nope, still no. Or knock prone free. There's already a monk that does that really well. I tell you what I'm really not a fan of. I'm not a fan of those I'm not a fan of things where I have seen a lot of monks. I have seen at least 5 monks that charge up based on moving, and I've seen at least 2 or 3 monks that charge up based on hitting. And I almost every single time I've looked at it, I have thought, and I've said out loud, if you figured out how to make this mechanic not use this charge up thing, it would be better. Just do that. I would also say that a monk paralyzing is too strong, and I wouldn't do that at all anyway. If I'm looking at a lightning monk, I'm trying to think of lightning stuff. I'm not thinking about paralyzing. I feel like paralyzing doesn't make sense for lightning. You think it should have invisibility? It could have invisibility. That could work. But what I would do is I would give it... This is what I would do if I was this. I would give it some sort of passive thing in the same way that magic resistance is on, that some sort of Yugoloth just like way that interacts with the world. Maybe it's like extra good at telling if creatures are lying. Like Yugoloths are really good at like contract stuff. Most of the time Yugoloths either are really, really smart and good at contract stuff, or they serve a very specific purpose. And I feel like I don't see either of those in this. So the move, I think, is to either ask yourself the question, is this the Yugoloth that's like negotiating contracts, or is this the Yugoloth that has like a very specific purpose where it's like hired to do a thing? Because those are the 2 places they sit in. And I think you got to figure out which one of those things you want it to be. In Pokemon, paralysis is done by electric attacks. Oh, well, it's very good that we balance D&D based off of a completely different game. That makes sense to me. But I understand. I see. Are you trying to... You're suggesting that may be where the idea came from. Perhaps. Perhaps it is. Yeah, in D&D, electric does not paralyze. If anything, it might stun. Dylan, I have to be honest with you. I've never played Pokemon, so I don't know. I've never played Pokemon. I've never played Zelda. I never played Mario. I played a lot of Crash Bandicoot and Jet Moto. Yeah, I think it's a fun idea. I think you got to push it harder. You got to make this a little bit more. We got to make it more of a thing, Ivy. It's not enough of a thing yet. It's too much of it's still too much of a giant. We want it to be a little bit different. Just a little. Not crazy, just a little. If this next thing is really long, I think I'm going to skip it. Just so you know. Reaver. Reaver's one of our mods. Has it been a long day? Fancy a hot cuppa? I got you, fam. Oh, I love a good hot cuppa. Let's see. Caffeinated sorcerer bloodline. Oh, that's fun. The coffee I like that's funny looking art. Okay. Coffee and tea help make the world go round. You might come from a long line of baristas, or perhaps your arcane might comes from consuming far too much espresso one day, and you came to your senses a week later with a supernatural obsession for this stuff. Either way, your power Either way, you power your magic through the art of the bean and the leaf. Okay, cool. Very fun, silly flavor text. I feel like, can I say something? I feel like I feel like if I were you, I would try to figure out how to make this the first sentence. And I would say, your power comes from the art of the bean and the leaf. I feel like that's a really good first sentence. And I might make that your first sentence. Coffee lock. No, coffee sorcerer. Let's see. We get some spells. We cannot switch them out. So normal. Okay, so this is not. It's not a full spell list in the same way that that most sorcerers get. Most sorcerers that have a spell list, they get 2 spells at each of these levels, and they can switch them out for other spells of specific schools. For this, you're just getting these. Okay. Expeditious retreat, enhance ability, haste, freedom of movement, far step. All right, we're definitely going in a vibe here. It's zippy. You're zippy. You're zippy. Okay. Let's see what we get at first level. Barista training. The spell list, I think, is good, by the way. Starting at first level, you are proficient in crafting hot beverages and double your proficiency bonus whenever making them or judging the quality of them. I would say double your proficiency bonus whenever rolling a skill check related to making them or judging the quality of them. Clarify that a little bit. At the end of a long rest, you can create a number of special potions called hot copas, equal to your proficiency bonus. Okay, you're going to start with 2, and then you'll end up with 6, which lasts until you complete another long rest. When you reach 2nd level in this class, you gain the benefits of consuming a hot copa by spending sorcery point as you can gain at 2nd level. Don't give us this part until we know what they do. So I'd put this at the end. A creature who spends an action to consume hot copa has advantage on saving throws to withstand cold environments for 8 hours. They can choose to end the duration early to gain advantage on a single dexterity ability check or dexterity saving throw. Consuming copa while one is already active resets the duration. This is not strong enough. This cuppa ain't strong enough. Also, this should definitely be at the end, by the way. Not in the middle. The first half of it is very flavor, right? This is just a ribbon feature. You can just withstand the cold, that's fine. The second part, so if we boil this down, this is what this feature does. You can give someone advantage on a dexterity or dexterity ability check or saving throw 2 times per long rest. That is what this feature does. Later levels, 3 times. Later levels, 4 times. That's just not strong enough, Reaver. We need something else here. I like the idea. I think the flavor is fantastic. And I think the mechanics embody the flavor really well. But I think that we need to make this stronger. People are suggesting it could also benefit intelligence. I agree. This could you could add it to a investigation check or something like that. Cold resistance is too specific and or too strong. I think that if I were you, yeah, I mean, can I be honest? I feel like the thing to do is like drop the thing where you get anything for 8 hours and just make it so when they drink it, they get 10 minutes of something stronger. Right? Or a minute. So drop that whole thing. It's like when a creature drinks a cuppa for the next minute, they get this, this, and this, period. This is legit. I bake for Duncan, and I'm about a -2 degree Fahrenheit for an hour a day minimum. All right. Hectic. Maybe consume as a bonus action, get additional action. No, additional action would be too strong. Haste is already a spell on their list. Maybe being caffeinated offers advantages when you short rest. No. I like the idea that it's a buff. I like the idea that it's a bonus. And I mean, let's be honest. That's clearly what Reaver wants it to be. That's what they built it as. I just think I would rebuild the way I would redesign it a little bit to make it shorter lasting but stronger. Yeah, you could do like something like what Turtle Druid said. I agree with. It could be like It could be like, you know, you have, you get a bonus to, you have advantage on dex things, and you move a little faster, or something. Or you get advantage on dex things and intelligence things, or whatever. It could be a lot of different things. But yeah, it's just, it needs to be more. Whatever direction you go with it, needs to be more. At 6th level, you become proficient in dexterity saving throws and initiative checks. But your dexterity bonus is reduced by 1 for all other dex checks. Why? Why would you do that? Why are you giving us a downside? I would drop this downside, and I would just make it this. I would just make it this. And technically, I don't think you can become proficient in initiative, so the way that I would phrase that is at 6th level, you become proficient in dexterity saving throws, and when you roll initiative, you can add your proficiency bonus, period. But I would actually probably make it this. I would probably make it more tied to your magic. So I probably would be like, you're proficient in dexterity saving throws, and when you roll initiative, you can use your charisma in place of your dexterity, or something like that. Good morning, have some coffee. Advantage on initiative is okay. I like the bonus more. I feel like the bonus is more unique feeling. There's already a couple things that get advantage on initiative. Like barbarians get it. I forget what else gets it. But I would make it a bonus. I feel like the bonus is more fun. At 14th level, we get no blood in my caffeine stream. At 14th level, you no longer need to sleep and are immune to the poisoned condition. Any creature that damages you with a bite attack, blood drain, swallow whole, or similar mouth-based attack must make a con saving throw against your spell or gain the poisoned condition. That's really specific. That's so specific, I feel like you could go a whole campaign and not use this feature. Wait, do you get psychic damage over time to buff and to the buff and the exposure of the buff, like cramming student before a test? That's an interesting idea. I don't think that's what it works, though. This subclass is nothing but ribbon features. I kind of agree. It all is ribbon features. This is way too specific. And it's also it's a 14th level ability to allow you to, in a very specific circumstance, poison a creature for a round. Do you know what other sorcerers are getting at 14th level? Do you know what other sorcerers are getting at 14th level? We don't even need to look at the most powerful ones. Because we could look at, like, the Aberrant Mind, right? Where they can use sorcery points to, like, transform into crazy things, right? But let's just look at the Shadow Sorcerer. The Shadow Sorcerer is fine. They're not that strong, but they're fine. What do they get at 14th level? They can teleport as a bonus action 120 feet forever. So when you compare that to this, it's like, what's going on, man? Yeah, well, this needs to be a lot stronger. A lot stronger. Let's look at 18th level. I can see through time. That's a fun name. At 18th level, when you consume a hot copa, while you are already under the duration of hot copa, instead of resetting the duration, you instead gain the following effects. I'm going to say just completely rebuild this from the ground up because I disagree with the hot copa feature. So let's just read what the things are. You gain the effects of time stop for 2 turns. You gain the effects of haste. You gain all of these? As long as you are under the effects of this ability, you are unintelligible to others unless they are also under the effects of haste. I love that. That is amazing. I feel like you should just be able to do this once a day. I think it should just be once a day. You could do something and this happens. And I probably wouldn't make it time stop for 2 turns. I'd probably make it time stop for 1 turn. And I would make it a once a day feature. You did that. Good. Yeah. Okay. I like the flavor a lot, but this is such a weak sorcerer. It's so weak. It's so weak. So I feel like, Reaver, you really got to tune it up. And I'm going to be honest. I don't know if you've spent much time looking at other sorcerers when you were balancing this, but it will be a huge benefit to you if you spend a little bit of time and look at the other sorcerers and try to make this strong in the way that they are strong. Because right now, it feels like, I think Databank put it best. It really does sort of feel like a subclass of ribbon features. I like the idea a lot, though. And the flavor is very fun. And I mean, even what's happening is good and interesting. It's all It all just needs to be majorly buffed up. Alrighty. Okay. All right, friends. The time has come for us to say goodnight. I know. It's sad. I don't want to say goodnight either. But here we are, and we have to do it. I don't make the rules, but I do have to live by them. So, if you are new to the stream and you don't know already, this is my little reminder that you, yes you, can submit homebrews still. I will be looking at more homebrew on this wheel on Sunday night, and we'll do a long one. It'll be one of those streams where I'll go from like 6 to like 2 in the morning. And I will also be back tomorrow night for our member review stream, which you can all go to. And where if you are a member and you have sent homebrew to the member wheel, you can come on stream and we'll talk about it. And it's a little different than the regular homebrew review because we're having a conversation, which can be a lot of fun. Or we're a little bit intense if you get really defensive. But yeah, I want you guys to have a fantastic night. Listen, be good to each other. And you know, and remember, you know, if you haven't followed or joined the Discord or whatever, consider doing that. I think you know, it can be a fun time. A very fun time.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. Would everything we built just turn to broken leaves? I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms. And we laugh and we cry, we dry each other's eyes. But we don't talk about it.
Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow.